Practice. That was a practice strike.
Strike one.
Guy in every crowd. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to open our special board meeting for TUD on Thursday, April 24th, 2025. And if everyone would rise. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Listen, I think we need to do the roll call. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay. Director Hollis,
Here.
Director Jacobs,
Here.
Director Kearns,
Here.
Director Reel,
Here.
Director Ringen.
Here.
All five directors are present.
All right, thanks. So we'll open the public forum, seeing that we've got a huge audience today. Well, it's because of all those goodies that are over there on the counter. All right, do I really have to go through this? But yes, I guess I do. We would like to welcome the members of the public who have taken the time to attend this meeting and provide comments on matters related to district business. Any member of the public may address the board relating to any matter within the board's jurisdiction. This section is for comments on items not listed in the agenda. Person speaking during the public comment will be limited to 5 minutes, or depending on the number of persons wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. While no action or discussion may be undertaken by the board on topics presented in this section, board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate your input. Please don't fight over that podium. Okay, well, seeing none, I guess I'll have to close it. Melissa.
Okay, regular business. Item number 1, Tuolumne Utilities District Board of Directors Orientation.
Well, let me just get started. This what we're about to do is, I feel like, has taken on many forms over the many years, dating back to prior to COVID, the challenges of doing something like this during COVID, and then we've had several vacancies in board turnover. So it's been interesting to see us do this. So this one's a little bit different, I suppose, but a lot of the same content. So this will be good. I think for me anyway, this is the first time we've done something like this with a full board. Typically we've done it with four new board members, but just because of all that's said, I think it's nice to have the full board involved here.
And I twisted your arm.
And I was trying to be polite. Yeah, he gently and politely twisted our nudge, a little nudge, a little insistence. So we have plenty of time today, so there's no need to rush this morning. We have lunch coming around 11:30. Yeah, I guess that's it. So there's several sections that we're going to go through. At the end of each section, there'll be a time to discuss, right? But I don't think it's like I said, there's no rush here. So if there's a question on slide 1, well, then we got a problem. Just kidding. Anyway, if you have a question, please, let's just relax and make sure we get through this thoroughly and don't leave here. None of us leave here with a question unasked and unanswered. So let's enjoy the deal.
So one of the reasons why I twisted his arm is, yes, new board members need to be indoctrinated, tuned up, whatever you want to call it. But I think the board members that have been on the board for a while Probably need a little slapping around, put in shape also, so. There you go.
There would be none of that. Yeah, you know, what this is, I'll try to be clear and hopefully I don't get in trouble by the president here, but what this is and what this isn't. What this is an informal opportunity for us to dive a little deeper into everything about TUD and how we operate and who we really are, and then a little bit of how we interact staff with board, okay? What this is not is Dawn or us trying to tell you how to be board members, right? That's for others, right? There's training, there's experience, there's leadership to tell you how to be good board members. So I'm not going to lecture you or anything of the like. All right. But you know, we can be open and honest because for us to be a good team and collaboratively working, it's important that we feel everybody has a safe place to speak their mind, ask questions, even if it's touchy. We can't get, you know, we got to get, so at some point we have to excuse our feelings, check those at the door because for the greater good of the people, you know, if it's important, let's just have a conversation. Abby?
My only comment to begin before, because Dawn's going to take it away to get started, is I'm going to be your tour guide for today. Just going through the slides, but all of us have slides to go over and so we'll just do it. It's a group effort and like Dawn said, ask questions as we go, or if you need me to go back to a slide, please let me know.
Probably realize why I wished I had brought my laptop right about now. I can see.
So is there a question on slide 1?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
When are we gonna change, when are we gonna change that damn logo?
Like a setup.
It was.
Okay.
Emily's working on it feverishly.
Okay. Can you see that okay as well, Director Kearns?
Yes, I can. Looks good.
Wonderful. Okay.
Hey, and Jeff, don't raise your hand. Just unmute yourself and butt in when you want to, in case we missed your hand going up.
Okay. All right. I will.
Okay, so just as far as the agenda today, these are the topics that we're going to go over. We haven't, we wanted to start with introductions while we all do know each other. Do we want to just, how do you want to do
I
this?
kind of do. You know, we kind of know each other, and I introduce myself an awful lot. And after a while, I'm tired of introducing myself. I just say, hey, I'm Don, and you can figure out who Don is later. But today, I thought it would be okay if we spent 15 to 20 seconds or so, 10 seconds maybe. Is that okay?
Sounds okay to me.
We have a few hours here, so. Let me go first, or
Go ahead.
weird.
You
All right, so yeah, I'm Don Perkins, general manager. I've been with the district for 25. I can do this just look at the calendar. 25 years, 5 months, and 13 days.
How many minutes?
Yeah, well, 2 hours and 7 minutes. So yeah, I started out in the water treatment department. Before working here, I worked at Tuolumne County Water District Number 1, which is now Twin Arts CSD up in Twin Arts. Spent 9 years or so up there, cutting my teeth in here. Started working here in the treatment side. Spent 15 years there, 5 years as the superintendent. 2015, I got promoted to operations director, manager, and then just a few years ago, I was landed this particular spot. I think I said this the other day. I really love this place. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. It's been a challenge for us individually and as collectively. And if you're someone who likes challenges, this is the place to be. So anyway, that's me.
Good morning, Eric Johnson. I've been here, next month will be 20 years. And if you talk to the locals, I'm still not a local. So yeah, wasn't born and raised here, born in Redding, California. Then went to high school in Auburn and always loved the Sierra foothills, always looking for an opportunity to really plant myself someplace. And my wife and I moved here in 2005. I started here as an assistant engineer, quickly got my license, and then, have been here ever since. One of the things, like Don said, really enjoy is that the size of the district and the community gives you a sense of real fulfillment. Like you can really be involved and see tangible results of your efforts, and there's a connection with the people you serve. So that's the beauty of being in public service, but it's often diluted in larger organizations different than TUD. And water and wastewater, I spent a couple of years in the Peace Corps, so it was very close to my heart that we're a public health essentially organization, and I think it's easily forgotten. So anyway, that's a little bit about.
Good morning, Eric Hall, Operations Director. Been at the district for 26 years, maybe 27. Started as a ditch temp, cleaning the ditches. After 4 years of that, got hired on full-time raw water and distribution department. Worked my way through the ranks from there. Born and raised in Tuolumne, California, and got it. I love this place too. Been my home since high school.
Eric's had his hands in just about every operations or division by way of operations director, but even as a temp, he was asked to go out there and work on the reclamation system because they were struggling out the reclamation system. So he spent some time in the distribution side of things. He understands the distribution system really well. And now has a lot of knowledge about wastewater treatment. So he's literally understands an awful lot about it.
I'm Carolyn Higgins, Finance Director, and I've been here for 15 months.
Exactly how many days?
Yeah, not there yet. But I was born and raised here in Tuolumne County. I left for about 15 years, came back to the county and was working at Twain Harte Community Services District as their finance officer just up the hill, and was there for about almost 11 years. And then applied for this job. Previous to that, I've been in finance related positions for, I think, about 23 years. So I was a very nerdy child and decided in 4th grade that I wanted to be an accountant, which was very odd, but I dreamed about cash registers, things like that. Just loved numbers. So anyways, I love the finance element. And like Eric, I actually also spent some time out of the country, spent some time in Africa, and actually became very passionate about water and wastewater systems by living in a country that does not have that infrastructure, and how important it is to quality of life, if not to life in general completely. So I was fortunate to get the job at Twain Harte and cut my teeth in that industry there. And then I think it just resonated with what Don said. He said, if you like a challenge, TUD is a good place to work. I think I said in my interview, I think Director Kearns asked me, why do you want to leave Twain Harte? And not why do I want to leave Twain Harte, but why do I want to work at TUD? And I said, I'm looking for a challenge, and I've got one.
Mission accomplished.
So that's me.
I might add that Twain Harte CSD, their board members won't talk to us.
Okay, hi everyone. Abby Parkon, Administrative Services Director. Unlike Carolyn, I did not dream of being in human resources, but and I wasn't born here, but I lived here from 8 to 18 and then went off to college and started a family for 12 years. Worked in health and wellness for a while and managed a program for Sun City Lincoln Hills that has 11,000 homes there, lots of folks. had a lot of challenges there as well, but when I came here, got into safety. And what's interesting is there's a lot of similarities because health and wellness for people, if you don't feel safe at your core, especially when you're working in a high hazard environment, it's hard to feel like you're healthy and feel well and happy. So that's what brought me here. I've been working here for 17 years, a little over, and now I've just been able to be challenged with a lot more, brought in several different types of work into my bandwidth, and I actually love human resources. There's a lot of challenges to it, but I'm a people person. I love people, and it's important to me that, you know, the employees here feel like they're safe, but also that they are challenged and that they can reach their potential, whatever they want to do. And so we really strive to provide people with professional and development and growth opportunities. And and then the last thing I want to say is that I just love this team, and just really happy to be here with them. So thank you.
Jeff?
Sure.
Melissa?
And Melissa and Corey?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Melissa. And Corey.
Okay. I started here 15 years ago. I started out as an office technician in a temporary position in March, and then in September, I was on as a full-time employee. We moved here in '03, and I was told by a very good friend of mine that if you live here more than 20 years, you're considered a local. So
You made it.
I think Eric and I have made it. Before here, I worked for the superintendent of schools for Tuolumne County, and then before that, I worked for the superintendent of Austin.
Corey Adams, administrator, been here 8 years, 8 years. Started, there's an accident. .com, work for. Kind of been all over the place. Just keep busy.
Does that.
We keep him busy.
And he plays terrible tricks on us. Our password is ridiculously long.
That's right.
I can't.
I can't break it. I was trying. Exactly. Okay, Jeff. Burns.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff Kearns, elected to the board 2018, took office January of 19. Been a water treatment operator for unbelievably long time, 44 years. Love being a part of TUD. There's been a few times it was a little rough, but for the most part, I've enjoyed every bit of it. So, born and raised here. So, Eric, yeah, next month you'll get your green card. Good for you.
It comes soon.
That's all I got. Thanks.
Carol?
Well, we all know I'm relatively new, and it's really funny because I found out that I had a son that worked in the water treatment plants in Arizona. And I was like, oh, we got some more to talk about. But he's an electrician, so he runs the electrical part of it. Moved here in '89 with 3 children. But they were raised here, they're all gone now. So, I mean, I've done so much in my life, it's really funny, but I definitely enjoy a challenge, and believe me, you guys are giving it to me. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Carol.
Hi, my name is Glenn Jacobs. I was appointed to the board in April 2 years ago. Born in Missouri, raised in Missouri. Came out to the Bay Area to go to school and ended up in Tuolumne County in 1979. Met my wife in 1980. We raised our 3 kids and raising 7 grandkids here. I love being part of the board. I love what TUD is doing. I love the people in the county. I love being able to get to the future of my grandkids, their kids, their kids.
Excellent.
I'm Jeff Hollis. I've been here a long time. I'm an elder statesman now that Carol's here. I've been here 4 months. So I've had a long life, and it started on a farm in the valley in Ripon. And most everything I learned from that farm. I then spent 50 years in engineering and construction and those things. And then as I retired, I'm halfway to being a local. I've been here about 10 years. And for the last 3 years, I've been doing, well, actually for the last 12 years, I've been doing a lot of work with nonprofits and trying to give back to the community. And for about a year, I came to the meetings here and saw what you guys are doing. And I wanted to be a part of it because I figured I could maybe help. And like Carol, I've been very much overwhelmed, and it's working pretty well, but it's a good start.
Okay, I'll try and keep this short. Ron Ringen, and where do I start? Well, I'll do the TUD part first. I guess got interested in TUD when I read something in the Union Democrat, which I've been taking ever since I moved up here way back in the 70s. About a rate increase. I go, what the hell? Damn water's already too high. I'm going to that meeting. I'm going to let them know what I think about it. So I came to the meeting and I listened to the board at that time talk about it, and got up to the podium and let them know that I wasn't too happy about it, that I didn't think it was reasonable or anything else. And I said, yeah, basically that they shouldn't vote for it. So they went right ahead and voted for it. So when I came to the next meeting, when I found out about it, I said, okay, well, shame on you guys for having voted for it, but shame on me for not paying any attention. So now, from here on out, every single meeting, you're gonna have to look at this ugly mug because I'm gonna be here. And so it's been. I went to every board meeting and committee meeting for probably, well, it must have been at least 4, maybe longer years prior to being appointed to the board on a one of the most contentious meetings you probably ever see. It's still on Granicus, I think. If you ever want a good comical show, go look at the November 2011 meeting when I was appointed. There was only 13 candidates. At any rate, so I was appointed because I'd been coming. The board at that time, except for one, knew that, you know, at least I had some knowledge of what was going on. And so I've been elected several times since, and it's never been a fun-filled and exciting event until recently. And the last few years, finally, we've got good GM. Looks like we got a good board. Staff straightened out. We've got good things going on there. So, anyway, the only other thing I'll say about myself is that was born in the Bay Area, born and raised there. Was started in construction repair when I was still in high school. And I'm retired now, but had 60 years in it. And I think it gave me a real, a lot of the time was in structural pest control, which put me in contact with people in very, the people very, very strung out about buying and selling homes and all that. And I think it's really helped me as far as working with water and those sort of things, because it's a very, there's a lot to it. So anyway, I guess I'll leave it at that. It's my story and I'm gonna stick to it.
All right. Thank you. Round of introductions.
We're going to go over strategic planning and just some of the elements within the plan. Eric will present on the engineering department and the CIP. Carolyn will present on her finance department and budgeting aspects, and Eric Hall will talk about operations. You hear a lot about operations on a monthly basis because we do a report, so that'll add to that. And then I will do a short presentation on my department as well. And then the last few slides we will go through them fairly quickly, but they're just kind of an overview of the documents, the policies, the ordinances that you all have available to you. My understanding is that you have some that have been printed on your board manual, but also there's loaded on your laptops as well, on your Surface Pros. So, and we'll just show you the TUD website just to kind of orient you to that, and then also just talk about our social media page. So, yes.
So, about the website.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We'll make sure if I don't specifically touch on that, but we'll go to the board page and where the agendas are posted and the video, show you how to get to video and that kind of thing. So.
Hey, Abby, I couldn't hear that question. Can you just, it sounded like a long one. If you could just give me the highlights.
I'm sorry, I had the damn thing off.
Oh, sure. President Ringen was just asking me to, when we do look at the website, if we can just kind of review how to navigate through some things, especially board agendas from the past.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, great. Well, all right, Don,
No, I actually can see. Thank you.
take it away.
Okay, so I have these next few slides, and you know, you heard me a few months ago, maybe the second month, maybe in February, we talked about the importance of having a plan, and so we're going to talk a little bit about our strategic plan. It's important that we have goals that are achievable and measurable, right? We have to make a plan of how we're going to achieve those plans. What processes we're going to use processes used to facilitate the discussion, focused energy and resources. That way we're not just going all over the place without good reasons. Not that you've heard me say this. Some of you have heard me say this many times, and I'm not the first to say this. You no sooner make a plan, and then the plans need to change. So you got to have rainy day schedules. You got to have halftime adjustments. So it's just the way it is. But it's important that at least we start out with a good plan and stay the course. It's important that we strengthen the operations, work towards common goals and purpose. And common goals and purposes, that is a collaborative effort, right? It's really important that we all have a common goal, right? And everybody has some input on what those goals are. Now, I realized, this current plan that we have was first adopted in 2019, and so maybe Jeff was here, but I know only Director Ringen was here on the board at the time. Maybe Director Kearns was too. So while that's true, as far as today goes, and Director Ringen and I will be discussing this and other things soon, is, when is the next, a good time to maybe really formally update and come up with a new plan? But I've said over and over that the current plan really, really works well for us today, in my opinion, or maybe our opinion. Yeah, we agree around the intended outcomes and results. That process that we went through was several days long. It was facilitated by the general manager at the time and a former general manager. And we really worked hard as a group team effort, so everybody's thoughts were put into it. And then, you know, be able to adjust the organization's direction in response to change. And fire is just one of those examples, so. So everybody has a mission statement. Mission statements aren't new to any of us, but I can remember the days when we wordsmithed this thing for about 6 hours. And so it is to provide responsible water and wastewater services for our customers with a great customer service in a socially, financially, and environmentally responsive manner at a fair value. So literally every board member, every staff member that was attended, and every public member that was attended had an opportunity to add to this. And I feel like as I read each and every one of those words, I can see the person who wanted that particular word in there. But I was reviewing an old session that the board went through several years ago with Mr. Brent Ives. And he paused here, and the takeaway was spot on. He says, it's a really nice mission statement, but what's critical there is that you are a water and wastewater services. That's really the core of your mission. You may have to explain why it was responsible. You'll have to maybe explain why there was great customer service, or if it really truly is social and financially and all those things. Those things you may have to work towards, but understand your core mission today is water and wastewater. And I just think that's an important takeaway. Vision. So you got to take us back to 2019, and everybody I think had a vision, their own view of TUD at the time, at that date. But collectively, we wanted to put all our thoughts on what we think the vision should be. Again, this took hours really to put together. But you know, ultimately, we want a sustainable water resources. Think control of your water supply. Think quantity of source water. Think diversity of source water. Safe, secure, and high quality water. Effective collection, treatment, and disposal of wastewater. Think now, new wastewater treatment plant. Think several $1 million easily invested into the collection system to control inflow and infiltration of storm water into our collection system. Think, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in upgrading new sewer pump stations and or consolidating pump stations since then. And then the best use of TUD's properties for community benefit. I'll pause there for a second. There's a real reason why that was added there to the end, because in the history of TUD, we've collected, you know, we started out at some number, I want to say about 7 or so water systems to wastewater systems. Then by about 2007, we we grew to 17 water systems and many, many water treatment plants and many, many water tanks and booster stations. Then through consolidation, and when we acquired some of those, they already came with other land, right? Then with consolidation and tanks and booster stations and treatment plants, now we have excess land. And or sometimes the district acquired a particular piece of property for a particular purpose, like Egan Ranch, right? We can talk about Egan Ranch there, but anyway, there was a real kind of a desire by me as the operations manager at the time to think about these properties and find a way to put those to good use, whatever that is. Get rid of, keep, put to use or whatever. The fact of the matter is, for me also, and a lot has transpired over, since 2019 to today, that just has not risen to the highest level of priority for me yet. But I know it's really one of the things that Director Reagan wants us to focus on. So that's the vision. So and we're not there. We've come a long, long way through hard work, through a commitment by the board. The board has put a lot of faith in your staff to fulfill the mission, and we are doing it in spades, but we're still not quite there. That's the vision. Core values, again, we all collectively spent quite a bit of time on core values, leadership. The district is proactive in forwarding and protecting the interest of our customers and the community. And those of you who've heard me speak in other venues, you'll hear me say that I have an allegiance first to the district, our ratepayers, and our employees. That's my first allegiance. That's where my highest of priorities are. Now, outside of that, I'm willing to help. I'm willing to engage and discuss and provide leadership or partnership opportunities, but first is protecting TUD and its customers. Stewardship, the district supports best management practices, respects the rich cultural history of our community, and manages resources in a sustainable basis for future generations. That has a lot to say there. It means a lot. Transparency, and open communication. Information freely flows to and from all levels of the organization. Respect and thoughtful considerations given to each other's differences and opinions. And all participants are provided the same information. There's a real reason why that particular core value is here, because by some, it wasn't felt that way. There was some that didn't feel that transparency and open communication, whether there was respect and safe space given for everybody to contribute to greater good. And so it's really important that we all feel like we're having that. If we're not, even if it's uncomfortable, if it's an uncomfortable conversation, it just needs to be had, because everybody has a role. Everybody's important. And we want everybody here to feel like they are part of this team and has a voice and a say. But it takes work. It really does take work. I can work really fast and really quick in a blink of an eye. And sometimes I get out ahead of myself, I get out ahead of my staff, and sometimes ahead of my board, and that's just not a great place to be. Sometimes, depending on the topic. But anyway, just understand that we want to be intentional and make sure that we think about this as we go through our day-to-day operations. Collaboration and community engagement. Board and district staff listen and openly share ideas to achieve better decisions and outcomes with our customers and partners. There's a few examples out there where we do those sorts of things. We have partnerships with both the tribes on different venues. What are some other examples of some partnerships we have? We have some. Cal Fire.
County.
Yeah. Forest Service. Other districts, right? Going our CSD. Groveland, to some degree, even our partners across the river. We as a team, we really feel good about that aspect. Again, we're all unified in this team feel, right? There's no individual. There really just isn't. So we're really proud of that effort. So. Please.
One of the things our GM did was spearhead a mutual assistance agreement between how many entities?
Have 9, I think, exit now.
So what happens is when one goes down, is in trouble, while the rest, step up and try and help out. So I think it's, I don't know. I've never heard of any other area doing anything like that. So I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Another that comes to mind is mountain counties.
Mhm.
Affiliation.
That's right. RWM.
And in those groups, you have stewardship of the forest lands. You have a lot of nonprofits that are part of that and helping.
Yeah, thanks, Ron, for the talk about the mutual assistance agreement. What was in place and rarely used and didn't fit the day, the new times was, what was it called? Emergency assistance agreement of some form, which are fine. But the part of the idea of the mutual assistance agreement was to where opportunities can be available to assist other agencies before there's an emergency, before there's a sewer spill, before something goes bad. And we've actually had plenty of opportunities to use that. Not too long ago, we just reached out to CWD for.
We use the their VACON for potholing on 108 for a scheduled project. And of course, ours broke down the day before we needed it, and it was scheduled night work. And so.
And then just recently with Utica.
Yeah. Last week's, they were doing routine maintenance on their penstock that goes into the powerhouse. And I believe he said it's 1864 it was built. And so they found a little leak there. And then when they started exposing it, well, it was a little bit bigger than they had thought. And they needed a bunch of 8-inch parts, which we had in stock here at the yard. We were able to assist them with all the parts that they needed and some guidance of how to put all these parts together. And they were able to get it up and running, I think, within a day or two. They're still kind of finishing up with some things there, but doing what it needs to do now.
And I think what was about a year and a half ago or so, Hart CSD had a very bad blowout from their wastewater line. He was right up there with equipment they didn't have.
Yeah, that's ongoing.
Oh, great.
With the communication there and help with equipment, helping flush and use the vacuum truck and the collection systems, and just communication about what's going on.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the mutual assistance agreement. Because of that incident, there's been ongoing opportunities to work together, right? We share ideas in the whole team effort of trying to protect our environment. We all live here, so it's important for us to help each other. And so that's what's really nice, right? That collaboration. Because of that incident, it's routine that we work together with Twain and with Jamestown.
CCWD too, where we have monthly meetings with them, the operations, some of us there, and just talk about what's going on, what parts we have, what can we do to help each other, what are we seeing with inflation, tariffs, just different things. That communication's been really good. They have some really good ideas. We have some good ideas. We're just slowly molding them together.
Not to keep going on and on, but Joel Metzger was here the other day, let's say Thursday, so Tuesday, at our board meeting to listen in and in support of our wildfire defense plan. He just heard about that from me about a month ago, because he was talking about this idea that he has about using raw water. And I said, oh, Joel, this is why we need to talk more. So I explained to him, oh man, it's a great idea. So he was here, but he was also, the person that your contact for the Utica problem. And he called me the other day and just said, thanked me up and down about first providing the leadership and having mutual assistance agreements in place. And then, just the forethought that TUD has just to have in our warehouse a multitude of pieces of parts and pieces that if he'd had to order them, they would have been down weeks and weeks and not hours and hours. So good stuff. All right, I'm going long here. So organizational integrity, I think these are important, right? Respect, commitment, responsibility, ethical behavior, safety, high quality customer service, teamwork, and accountability are the hallmark of our organization. Every word means something to me, and I remember going through these things. And if we do nothing else but remember those things as we go through our daily work lives together, is to have those things in mind. And because we truly do, there's not a staff member here that has a bad intent. We intend to do very good by the customers, by our communities, and support the board. So if that's just that, so. Highly effective and safe workforce. The district supports well-qualified, trained, and committed employees who work safely and give their very best to get the job done and provide the best customer service available. You'll see customer service a lot because it's a high priority of ours. 10, 15 years ago, I don't think we had a very good record of being having high customer service. And today, through being intentional from our onboarding of new employees to continuous education through performance evaluations and other means, we really emphasize customer service. And, you know, we work really hard at being trained. Yeah, obviously, we spend a lot of resources on training our employees, but also cross-training. So today, we have a very diverse group of people. We have and can grab somebody from the collection department to go work on the distribution system or something along those lines. So really proud of all those things. In our plan, we developed 7 goals: enhance and improve water security, improve wastewater collection, treatment, and recycled water through facility modernization, develop partnerships for the benefit of the community, enhance programs that promote organizational efficiency and development, follow best financial management and fiscal planning practices, provide great customer and community service practices, pursue environmental stewardship opportunities and community programs. Now I'm not going to go through, what's the next slide? There you go. So to end this, you know, each goal has a handful of strategies, and under each strategy is a handful of action items. And you all have this. Do some of you have a hard copy of one of these? Some of you do. If you want a hard copy, some of us prefer a hard copy. Some of us prefer it to be on our laptop, but you do have access to this. Meaning, I think it's on your laptop. I think it's on your laptop someplace. So. And it's on our website. And we provide a progress report annually towards the end of the year, August, okay. Yeah. So any more questions or thoughts on
Yeah, before we move on, I've been involved in a lot of different organizations, and the organizations get the job done that they need to get done. Some are healthy, some are not. And this is one of the healthiest organizations I ever run across. That really made me want to be part of it. Health of an organization is 100% attitude.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'll say amen to that.
Well, yeah. You guys have anything to add to the discussion? Anything stands out to you? So like I said, Director Ring and I are going to meet. We meet once a week for a lengthy period of time, but we need to put this on our list of things to discuss about when's the appropriate time to a full. And Director Kearns, again, I didn't hear you jump in.
Yeah, I just turned my mute off because I did want to add one thing real quick, Don. You were talking about partnerships before, and you know, a lot of us in the private water industry, like I am, at least we don't have an official written agreement with TUD, but TUD staff, past general managers, going way back decades, have always been very helpful to us little guys out there. So that's kind of an unwritten partnership that TUD also has. And I think I speak for all the little small water companies out there. We do appreciate you guys from that standpoint. So thank you.
That's true. Besides your company, I can think of a dozen others, not a dozen, at least a half a dozen others that I physically have been out to and helped them with one thing or another. And again, we all live here. We're all in the community together. If I can go out and spend an hour, of my time trying to help somebody else, I'm happy to do so. Okay.
On that. All right. Well, I'll try to be brief, but I'm obviously open to discuss whatever we have the time you guys would like to discuss. As far as the engineering department's concerned, we've fluctuated between about 7.5 and 9 full-time equivalents since I've been here, 20 years almost. And currently we have 8, including myself. So we have 3 registered engineers. We have 1 assistant engineer who is looking to be registered here in a few years. We have an engineering services technician, which you've interacted with, who is Antonio. He handles kind of over-the-counter walk-in requests, also all new development, requests for new connection. He does a lot of map research, easements. He's a great historian for us. We also have an inspector who is new. We've hired, and he's been with us just, maybe 1 month. Yeah, exactly. Who is on the heels of another person we had for about 2 years, and then the one previous had been here a long time. Inspection is very important. We need to make sure that everything that's being constructed is being constructed to the standards that are developed here for the district to ensure that it has longevity, because there's nothing more expensive than replacing something too early. We also have a CAD draftsperson, which is something that Abby and I have been working on recruiting. We finally have that person here. Their role is really to maintain, primary role is to maintain the field book, which is a very big, currently in paper and in PDF format, map book for our staff to use when they're out in the field. And it's just one of the great tools for institutional members here at the district. In addition, we have a technician hydrologist that's listed there, and that person works very closely with Eric and his staff and the raw water division on sort of water supply analysis and forecasting. Your operations report has data that he produces in there about snowpack and rainfall, reservoir levels. In addition, he's fortunately tasked with the reporting of all of our treated water consumptive use. And there's, as you can imagine, since around 2015, there's just been a raft of legislation and regulation involving, water use efficiency standards. There's urban water management plans that we have to, it will come to your board actually this upcoming year. We'll be working on it, and it will come to your board. And it basically is a requirement for us to analyze that we have enough water supply to meet our urban water demands, which is the domestic side. So he has a lot of work there. Well, I mentioned we had CAD drafter. Let's see, am I forgetting?
So, on the inspector, that's been something that's concerned me for a number of years. I'm happy to hear that we have a new one. What, is he up to speed and out, he or she out and working, doing stuff?
I would say, in all honesty, he's not 100% up to speed yet. And part of that is because we haven't been able to find as you said, Director Hollis, it's about attitude. So we found someone who has a great attitude. Unfortunately, didn't have all of the past sort of waterworks and wastewater experience one would have hoped. But he is a welder by trade. He was in the inspection side of welding, very detailed, high pressure fittings, welded fittings, and with high consequence of failure. So he is attention oriented, is organized. He has great attitude, and we've been bringing him along and up to speed, but it will take a little longer.
The reason why I bring it up and why it's been a concern to me for so many, first of all, you know, for full disclosure, I've been an inspector almost my entire life, so I know what it takes to be a legitimate inspector. And when it comes to TUD, there's any number of places, well, we're only as strong as the weakest link. And I constantly keep thinking back to the line that we put in. TUD had a subcontractor put in from Big Hill down to Columbia. And amazingly, it was installed so correctly and so good that it made it one day past the warranty period, and it failed. We needed an inspector to have caught the way they were installing it, to have known that that was going to occur, and then not allowed them put it in that way and do it the right way. We have so many projects going on right now. I'm really concerned about how much is not being caught because we've been behind the 8 ball with inspectors. Having a onboard after it inspector. And where I'm really concerned at the moment, and have been, I've said this numerous times, both in committee meetings as well as right here in public meetings, is Valley Vista. There's a whole ton of infrastructure going in down there, and I don't think we have the first real good clue as to what's going on, and that is a slam it and get it done gang down there, and we're going to inherit that, and then you get to get everybody out there to go fix it. We don't want to do that. The ratepayers don't want to pay for it. So, you know, I'm hoping that, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep beating this drum. That job right there is one of the most important ones here at this utility as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know what you can do to calm my concerns down, but you know.
So in the past, when we've had a little lapse or whatnot, we've had staff go do inspections. People that, you know, that do our work for us. They're going out and doing the inspections for us where we couldn't, or helping train the new inspectors. So they have the knowledge behind them to go look at this stuff and make a decision. Well, if
Okay.
that helps or not, but it should, because they have the knowledge.
Yeah, well, I get it. It's just, you know, there's only so many hours in the day, and you guys are already tasked right to the limit. And now you're trying to fill in for somebody else that should be there but isn't. And I'm hoping that we're moving past this point to where we have an inspector that can cover all the bases, because there's a lot of jobs going, and your eyeballs can't be on all of them at all times. But you know, like I say, the weakest link is where we fail, and that will be it. The thing that somebody didn't see go in that should have been caught.
Yeah. I must say a couple of things. One is there's been a handful of recruitment efforts that we've left vacant or unfilled because we will not fill it with just anybody. You will fit this team for that one slide first, regardless of your skills and abilities and what you might bring to this company, period. So there's real reasons why some of these positions are left unfilled. Second of three, you're right. We are tasked to the max. There's not a lot of extra time, but at the same time, our crews, men and women, will take the extra time to go assist somebody else in the betterment of the good, right, of the team, of the organization, and to protect our ratepayers and protect our customers. So when we don't have an inspector in place and there's an outside contractor working for us, either Eric himself, who understands, or Louis Paz, who's the construction and maintenance superintendent, or a select few others, Matt Nolte and maybe one or two, will be out there inspecting and ensuring, because they know where that, when that fails, they know who's gonna fix it, and it's them. The rest assured, to the best of our abilities, everything that's been done by an outside contractor has been thoroughly inspected by somebody qualified here at TUD. All right, I have a fourth thing. We now do more in-house construction than at any other time before, right? So there's a whole topic on the benefits of in-house construction, which we don't have time today, but I'm excited to go through with you. But just trust me, there's every benefit in the world for us to do in-house construction. Fourth thing, which was number 3, is Valley Vista. We hired an independent inspector who provides us with detailed inspection reports on a regular basis. So it is not, you're right about the contractor, because we couldn't select a contractor. But in fact, things are being inspected and reported to us.
Okay, well, I mean, it's really important, whether, is he there while they're working, or is this just a periodic show up? Oh yeah, that looks great. Way we go back to the coffee shop, or, that sort of thing. Like I say, we inherit now, PUD inherits it. And not just a little bit, I'm talking into perpetuity. So everything that goes wrong, our friend down there, the operations manager, is gonna hear about it, and then he's gotta put a crew out to fix it, and it's always gonna be a immediate emergency. It always happens at night when it's snowing or, something terrible, and we don't need that. Should go in the ground right from the beginning.
Remember, just mentally go back to that slide about integrity, right? We have integrity. If we say it's been inspected, to the best of our knowledge and abilities, it's been inspected.
Okay. I'm not worried about you guys. I'm worried about the other
Well,
guys.
that's who I'm referring to at the moment.
So, Eric Johnson, I'm really glad to hear what you're doing with the inspection, because I shared some of the concerns that Director Ringen has. And I would like to sit down with you and go over the inspection to hear the 3 of you guys. You do have it covered in inspection, and I'd like to be able to do a ride along sometime, find out more about it. My background, I didn't go into detail, but my first 5 years was in large scale construction, high pressure piping. From the farm years and later years, I've done a lot of things with sewer pipes too. And we all know they break in the middle of the night and that sort of thing. And when you do it wrong, you have to dig it up. So I'm feeling a lot better about the inspection process. I think it's good. But I would like to be involved more in it.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah, I'd like to chime in. Is it possible that the independent inspector that we have, a more seasoned inspector, or whoever we have, whatever resources we have that are more seasoned, can kind of mentor our new guy? Is that?
That is what's occurring currently.
Great, perfect.
Yes, with senior staff. He is with them, side by side with them. He's also getting exposed to other inspectors that we've hired, outside inspectors, because the state of the industry is always changing. Believe it or not, there are other tools. And he is getting some other certificates, including his distribution license. So it's taking some time, and I totally agree with you. It is one of the most important aspects of ensuring that this huge investment we're making yields us a long return. I will, though, say further, though, that design standards and the specifications are the foundation. If you have a bad design standard or poor specifications, then you get poor products being in the ground. It doesn't matter how good the craftsmanship is. So it's all kind of together.
I also wanted to say that in the inspection process, all you have to know to be an inspector is like everything. Because you're inspecting everything. And I spent the first few years inspecting, doing those things. But I spent the last 22 years being inspected as I was a contractor. And there's a lot of tricks to being a contractor. There's a lot of times when the inspector goes away and then you're still there,
Yeah.
you know, so
Sure.
I would like to be involved in this.
Yes. Well, with that said, there's just kind of two things I want to just share with you on a higher level. Engineers sometimes get, oh, they should be the expert, or they should be so highly technical and have such great knowledge. I humbly submit to you that the world is so complex and this industry alone is so specialized that I don't, with my 20+ years of experience, say that I'm an expert in all things. You know, there's about TUD itself, pretty good handle, but none of us in the engineering department are subject matter experts. We are generalists because that's what this community and that's what the district really is people that can ask good questions, do critical thinking, reach sound judgments, communicate their findings to the board or to other staff, and organize a response. That's what we're really tasked with doing. And with that, we've found that being able to do things in-house, self-perform in a world of great specialization comes at a great cost. And if we can perform 80–90% of these tasks in-house and then just sub out to a consultant or another contractor, those very specific items, we can achieve the highest economy with the limited funds that we have. So those are just kind of large themes for us. So, you know, you heard about the 8 folks that we have in the department, and then I just tried to kind of categorize what we're doing and into these buckets. So capital planning and budgeting, and there's a slide on the capital improvement plan after this, but essentially we work with the operations, with finance, with essentially the entire organization on coming up with a 5-year plan. It's a glorified list of projects with costs, with phasing and which year, with this work scope. And then, you know, we work within the constraints of our funding to prioritize those. And you're faced with the decision of funding those through the budget process. As part of that, I put in here hydraulic modeling and sizing of infrastructure under the capital planning, because we operate, Gadiel in the department operates a hydraulic model so that if someone were to come in and ask, hey, is there enough fire flow? I want to build, this is a real situation. I want to build a medical clinic in Jamestown. There's a fire hydrant pretty close by, but what will it produce? So Gadiel can go in and model it, and unfortunately, there's not enough fire flow. So then the next question is, well, do I, as the developer, have to fund it? Fire flow. And he can run simulations and alternatives analysis to tell them, hey, you're going to have to get into development agreement. It's going to have to go forward, and it's going to include extending a water main this far, or looping a water main, or installing a tank, or so that's part of that, and sizing our infrastructure for current demands, but also anticipated future. Design standards, plans and specs, we just kind of talked about this. We do have probably the most clear, tangible manifestation of our standards is we have a book of details, and they're drawn in CAD, and they're reviewed periodically, like we just went through a review of those. And we consult with operations because, you know, you need to specify or show things that are readily available. We don't want to have outlandish, exotic Cadillac materials unless it's justified for the cost. And we try to keep it simple, because if you make things complicated, it's hard for people to build them. Sometimes the complexity and the value of that is outweighed by the fact that the chances of the inspector signing off on that is pretty low. So we take that into account as well. Environmental compliance and permitting is always a big issue. It sometimes is the critical path for a lot of our projects, and we don't have an environmental compliance specialist on staff because it is very specific, and we're better off, consulting with someone who does that for a living, because it involves biologists, people that are seasoned in botany, seasoned people that know all about bats. There's bat surveys. There's people that need to do noise surveys. There's people that are, geotechs, all sorts of things in there that feed into all the resources that are analyzed under CEQA, NEPA. And then, those also feed into the permitting side. Every project has different permit requirement. Some of them don't have any permits. Those are the best. And then after you get those permits, usually there may be up to 5 years of monitoring that are required, and you have to submit the reports. I'm not sure who ever reads those reports, but like Don said, we have integrity. We said we're going to do them. We follow through, but we also are constantly faced with not doing more than what the law requires. And unless the board or Don directs us, hey, we need to do a little extra here because this is a part of a goal or a strategic priority, then okay. But other than that, our baseline condition is we're going to meet the letter of the law, and that's about it. Easements and land acquisition. I wish, Director Ringen, you've seen almost all of our facilities. I wish we had the foresight our predecessors had to get lots that had, for tanks, for instance, enough space to build another tank. Most of them were done by developers, say in the 60s and 70s. There were one lot that they were going to put a house on, and they had to sacrifice it to put the tank in, and the driveway is really steep, and it threads the needle between two other homes. And so we are constantly trying to secure more land. And the board has really been helpful in this regard. We've brought to you over the past, 5 years probably, 3 or 4 strategic land purchases where we didn't necessarily have a project. One was the Sonora water treatment plant. We now have 17 acres to build a new water treatment plant for Sonora. I don't know when we'll build that, but they don't make any more land. So that's been a high priority of ours, to at least keep our options open and our flexibility. Yeah.
Director Ringen, you and I have been on a lot of road trips. One such plot of land is, remember the old Volpone tank?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that trip up to that tiny, it's horrific. That tank no longer exists. Part of that tank wasn't even on our property. So that's just one example. Another one, I don't think I've taken you up here because I don't like going. I haven't been there in 10 years, and that's the Meadow tank. This Meadow tank is on the steepest driveway in this county. It is literally steep like this. You have to put your vehicle in 4-wheel drive. There's no place to go up there and turn around. So you'll either back up there or back down there. It's crazy, but we've allowed, or we inherited. So to your point, yeah, if there was some real forethought, we wouldn't have such things like that. But anyway.
Well, we're going to be going on a tour here pretty quick to that new tank up there in
White Fir.
yeah,
Fir, right,
the
yeah.
White Fir one, and that's a typical. That was a fix for a typically terrible situation.
Yeah.
I mean, a tank in a pump station that is sandwiched in between a bunch of homes. We couldn't even service the damn thing.
No.
Right, that's a great example. And so, yeah, we'll engage appraisers. We'll negotiate. The board obviously has the final say, but we'll negotiate to the best term we possibly can on acquiring land. Project delivery and inspection, that goes through the entire process of bidding projects. We really try to get, 3 competitive bids. Well, first, I'll back up and say, we'd love to have our own crews build it. That's again, our baseline desire, but we know that that isn't always possible due to workloads, or if it's like a tank, our crews aren't going to actually build. So we're always going to put that out to bid. But we'll put those out to bid. We'll hold pre-bid conferences, try to make sure that the contractors understand all the risks involved and clearly understand the scope. They understand the specifications and what we're trying to accomplish. And then there's the contract administration, which it does take a little time. You know, you got to make sure they have the right insurance, the right bonds, that they've got the right contractors' licenses, that they're registered for prevailing wages, those kinds of things. And then, you know, construction begins, and then your inspection mode throughout that process. And in the end, one very important aspect, which I'm sure many of you can appreciate, because with life, it's like this. Like, you get to that last 5% of any project, at least at my house, that's the way it is. It's like 95%, I'm done. But, you know, here at the district, we're paying for them to deliver 100% of the project. So it's hard to motivate people. That's why you have liquidated damages, why you have, you know, retention and those things. Retention is where you hold some money in back and you don't release that until the contractor's done all the work, including what we call record drawings. And those are, hey, you know, we need to have a good, solid mapping record of what was done for those people that come after us. Like 15 years from now, somebody's going to be like, I have no idea what's in the ground here. Well, there should be a map for that. That's part of closing out a job. There's a little bit of improvement to be done there, I'll be honest, but we are doing so much better than we ever were. Yeah. Right.
It's drawn up somewhere.
I know. Yeah, when you acquire somebody else's, yeah, it's like a blank.
One of the things that I want to pat the staff on the back about is that for new tanks, I think almost always that the TUD crew does all the prep work. And so the foundation basically is set in place so that what the contractor comes in and put the tank in, we know is going to stay there.
That's right. And I've had tank contractors tell us that they can't envision a more efficient hybrid approach using just do the vertical above ground, because
And all the pipes already in the ground. It's just the way you want it. It's the right size.
it's out very well.
And that reduces the contractor's risk quite a bit, which reduces your cost quite a bit. Seen that.
Yep.
And then the punch list at the end, they call it the punch list. We're done almost. The punch list, leave at least room for 20 things on there.
Right.
Because there's that. And the as-built, you know, we talk about the importance of inspection, the importance of the as-built, so the next time you dig down there, you don't have a big spray of water come up. So impressive.
Exactly.
Your group is impressive too.
So then on the new development and new connections side, Antonio, as I referenced, he'll handle that. There's a lot of tire kicking. I mean, there's a lot of, hey, I want to build a restaurant or remodel and put a restaurant in here. What's involved? Or I want to build, you know, this or that. And he spends a whole lot of time dealing with things that never come to fruition, but that's part of the customer service, part of the arming people with the information so that they're not surprised when there's capacity charge that they need to pay because they need to connect to the water system in a budget. But a lot of it just is people wanting to connect to single family home. And for those that are owner builders, that's a big investment for them. You know, they've got a budget. And so I'll be honest, he does a lot of sort of counseling with people, is, you know, trying to explain to them very calmly what these fees are about.
So along that line, something that's been of concern for me for a number of years. Matter of fact, I've written some letters that have appeared in the Union Democrat and so on. The county is pushing really hard. The state that was pushing it really hard, it still is, about additional living units. And for me, having been an inspector for so many years, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, and most of them are ugly. And what's really not good is the effect it has on, well, I mean, there's a lot of things that are not good about that. They can be good, I'm not against them, but the problem is when they're not planned right and they're put in the wrong spot and so on. But what concerns me today, because I'm sitting here with my TUD hat on, is how it affects D and the ratepayer. And I would really like to see us have some sort of definitely an in-depth agenda or a workshop on that so that we're all on the same page as to how that's going to come down. Because what Antonio is doing there is, I know he's getting pressure. I know he's getting pressure. I even heard some of it at the Home and Garden Show. So this is something we need to look at, because I think we need to have a united understanding as to where the PUD stands and what we will accept, what we won't accept, and the ways, some of the ways that they manipulate in order to get to where they, I mean, you know, where I'm getting at is, let's say you got a piece of property and it's got a house on it. And so they want to put in a ADU. And so that's fine and good, as long as it's planned right, but that's all by the county. We don't have anything to say about that. But then the house is supplied by sewer and water from TUD, and TUD is expected to then supply that sewer and water to that ADU for free. Well, that right there is a little problematic, because that's extra cost to TUD ratepayers, but we're not going to ever get any reimbursement for that. Then comes in the really tricky part. Well, property just happens to be just barely big enough to where we can kind of split it here. Now we've got 2 properties. Now I know that there's still going to be a problem because it's hooked up to the other one. But these are the sort of things that I like to see us have a real ironclad understanding as to what PUD will accept and what we won't, and also what's being said at that front desk to people that come in or trying to manipulate the system.
Antonio is very concerned about that, so I will let you know. It's on his radar all the time. We've reached out to Jesse and had numerous conversations about it. We've had discussions on a lot to it. And it's like a lot of things. There's unintended consequences, good intent to densify and provide more housing, but it's the devil's in the details. So yes, I'd certainly go over that. There's some, I think having the county involved too. This, these are passed through. Some of them are legal mandates that have that your board can choose to make expand, but you can't make them more restrictive.
Right.
Like you can, so you can add more ADUs, accessory dwelling units, but you can't make it harder what the state requirement. So there's a lot of detail there to discuss. And
Yeah, I know Antonio did an update to the board about 1.5 years ago on your request, yours and Barbara's request. So I think I think it's a good idea. Again, a lot of new board members here and a lot of new faces. I think maybe we should dig up that report that Antonio had, maybe bring it to either our committee first or to, but yeah, I agree. Let's get that opened up again.
Great.
Yeah, and the last 2 things that I did in construction was building ADUs in 2020 and 2022 down in Modesto, so I'm fairly familiar with
Oh,
it.
you're one of those guys.
I am. I'm still thinking about it. So you have a water mapping, Gadiel has a water map for fire mainly. you probably don't have a sewer map, but you have some ideas of where sewers will be impacted negatively by ADU?
We thought about developing that sewer model.
Yeah.
And just haven't, but yes, we do have a very, reasonable, there's some more rudimentary modeling efforts that
Sure.
can be done that get us close enough to know, plus with the, experience of our own field staff, about certain segments of sewer lines. A lot of times it becomes an I question, you know, is the inflow and infiltration acronym, please here. So that like the pipe on paper is fine, but during those storm events, we're taking on water from some other place and the pipe's being overwhelmed. But we usually design pipes at 70% full. It's not really 70, it's called depth over diameter. So 7/10 of the depth of the pipe. And that's supposed to be accounting for inflow and infiltration, sort of out of the house in the morning time when it's showering.
Well, so it sounds like the things that General Manager Perkins and Director Ringen are interested in doing, it seems like you do have to get your modeling in place before you come up with a policy so that you can implement that policy. So I'd just say that.
There's one other thing that also I think that needs to go into that discussion big time is that, and really this shouldn't come to TUD, this should be the county, but we all know that probably we better take care of it ourselves to the best of ability we can. But many homes here in Tuolumne County were installed on septic systems. So you throw in a ADU, well, they're supposed to, the county's supposed to require them to upgrade or put in, do whatever, but rectify that. But I know personally of many, because I've inspected them, that they just hooked up to the original septic tank. Well, the original septic tank that went in for the house, believe me, that builder did not buy a septic tank that was 1 gallon more than what he absolutely had to. So you put an ADU, another whole family, which is what it's gonna be, into that septic tank, you're now overloading it. When that system fails, and it will fail because most people do not take care of their septic system, it's our watershed that is now being poisoned. So it is a TUD requirement, I think, to make sure that whatever we can do, that is looked at before an ADU is installed.
The county and the city do have some limitations in addition to what the state has for ADU. And I agree with you, Eric, that we cannot count on the state to help with this. We can count on the county. We work with the county. We can probably come up with a plan that stops these things from happening.
So then I'll just real quick, water supply and demand forecasting, reporting there. I already alluded to that, you know, tracking snow, making sure that, you know, we're in this difficult, Eric knows better than anyone else here at the district, kind of how our water system, water supply is managed. Some of the critical points during the year of which we're up on all the spill when all of a sudden we transition from what was water in the form of snow, watershed, to whatever's in storage. So it becomes a race against time for the watershed to reset or for us to get access to some of the water in Pinecrest to get us through the very year from Labor Day on. So Tony in my department helps with that, kind of more as a data manager, but he's developing the judgment that Eric needs, so we have some of that backup here institutionally and aren't just relying on one person's analysis of the data. But Tony spends a whole lot of time also collecting data on the treated water side, putting that, they're called EARS. That's a reporting system that the state has, and every month he has to upload, works with Carolyn as well on water use. And then there are water audits that are performed on a system by system basis that compute a leak index to make sure, the state wants to make sure we aren't just leaking a whole bunch of water out of. To be honest with you, on the grand scheme of things, it's a lot of effort, a lot of investment, personally projecting now, for not a lot of water. Look at the overall, it's a pretty small amount, but there is a huge emphasis on that. And so he has to compute what the leak indice is for each system.
To add a little bit to that, Tony just sent me something to study, and I opened it up and, oh geez, I gotta close it and come back to this when I have an hour. But it has to do with, you know, the governor a couple of years ago signed a law making California a conservation way of life. So we essentially have an allotment, you know, TUD, Pullman County, whatever, different areas of the state have a certain allotment of water, right? And it's important for agencies like TUD to stay within that assigned amount of water. Well, we're well under this allotment, which you might want to pat yourself on the back, but at the same time, we may be held to a different standard because of such things. So it's complicated, and I don't have a lot to give you today, but just know that it's what some of that work that Tony does is very, very vitally important to our well-being and protecting our ratepayers and protecting our district and protecting our county. So.
Mapping in drone aerial surveys, you know, I think we used to have a surveyor on staff, and those are just, they're hard to come by. Fortunately, that particular individual retired and still resides in the go to, already knows where all of our control points are, knows how to set up and establish where property boundaries are. He'll tell us if we're in an easement, if we're out of an easement, patients, and we engage him. I mean, I'd say every couple weeks, just earlier in the and so he'll help us produce the topography that we need. And then we also have two folks in the department that have their drone license. And if you ask them about it, they'll get really excited. One of them has a leather jacket and night sunglasses. And why do we have a drone? You know, the capabilities of the drone, we're just touching the surface on. Almost everyone has them now, and they're great for, you know, surveying a large area in terms of a project site and monitoring construction progress, but they're also great from just a community outreach, create great videos and things that of, say, the flumes and those kinds of things, fuels reduction projects, those things. And then we've contemplated getting the software so that we can actually create our own topographic surveys from the aerial drone. We did a test out in the parking lot and it worked fine. We're just not quite yet ready to spend $30,000 on that. So that's part of that. Procure and manage consultants, I won't say much about that. I think it kind of goes without saying, but there is a bit of effort in putting out RFPs and those kinds of things to get consultants to submit proposals.
Could I ask a question here? So that is really something else that's been a concern of mine for quite a number of years. I put together a binder of various consultants and subcontractors or whatever. And I'm not going to ask whether or not you guys use it because I know what the answer is going to be. You know, not being techie, it's in a binder. Should have been something that went to a computer. But at any rate, when TUD puts out a request for bids, how big's the net that's thrown out?
Well,
In other words, so that I'm not trying to trap you in anything here. Where I'm going with this is we pay good money and spend valuable time being involved with Mountain County's water resources. This is one example, and one that is the one that concerns me. And they have consultants and contractors that are associate members for that organization. And they support that organization big time, while that organization, Mountain Counties, supports us and all the other utilities and so on up and down mountain counties. Do we give them a fair shot at that? Because, you know, it's kind of like they're always being asked to do something for the organization. But if I was one of them, I'd be, okay, I'd be fine to do that. But by the way, what's in it for me? You know, I mean, do we give them a shot at it?
So we do, but I'll say it depends on how much shot how big of a shot do you want?
Same as anybody else. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, so we have probably 60 or 70 contractors and consultants on a list. That list is in Excel, and they're categorized by what their fields of expertise are, what sorts of services they provide. When we put out a request for a proposal for consultant services, it tends to go to maybe 5, 6 of those. And they're usually ones that we worked with before. Some of them are on the Mountain County's preferred provider list. I'm not sure of the term, but some of them are.
They're associate members.
Associate members, yeah.
There's no preferred. It's just they join Mountain Counties because, of course, they're hoping to get some work from the. I mean, don't kid me. I know that that's the bottom line reason, but also they support it through their being a member, as well as every time one of their Mountain Counties things come up, they're always, oh, by the way, would you like to sponsor us on this? And, you know, and they step up. I mean, and it's money that comes right out of their bottom line. So, you know, I just think that if they're, I would not want to hire somebody like that if they were not the quality and the right price and everything that we're looking for. But still in all, I think they should at least be given a shot at it.
Yeah, so it goes, it does get directly sent to those people that we know in those companies. It also gets put on our website. It's kind of two different things. There's professional services, consulting professional services. Those are not a low bid type of, they're a proposal. You evaluate the proposal usually on some scoring criteria. A cost is included, but it isn't the sole determining factor. And we have quite often chose associate members, like ESA is working on a number of projects for us.
Right.
UDEC has worked for us before. There are others on that.
EN2 just
EN2 is, yeah, working with folks. So, but that's special, those are professional services. And then on construction bids, we aren't, if you ask our legal counsel, required to take the low bid, but there has to be a very good reason. There has to be almost findings made at the board level on why we didn't choose a low bid because of the public contract code. And when we put those out to bid, we direct engage those contractors. We also put it on our website. And there are companies that are contacting us on a weekly basis because they're basically data mining. They're Planet Bids, eBid boards, a whole Bid Zoom, all of these companies that go out, and what they do is as soon as something hits our website, they get notification of it and they will send that out because they're a subscription fee-based service to their member companies. So we end up getting, unfortunately, inquiries from people in Nevada or down in Southern California. And so it's tough, but we do cast, I think, a appropriately large net to get. And we just had DA Wood up here. They're down in the valley. They came up, done work. So, but we aren't really, if you get a bid from somebody from like way out of the area, that's a red flag. You know what it's like to hire a contractor you've had no experience with and the risks involved.
Right.
We won't go there. Yeah, there's a fair amount of time trying to get competitive bidding. And then
Well,
on,
I'm just glad to hear that you guys, you're cognizant of that you're working along that line.
I appreciate the reminder though, too. The binders, one of the binders behind my desk, and I look at it frequently. I moves on. I appreciate, regularly being reminded. Those people.
Great.
and then last, special projects, that's other duties as assigned, could be anything.
Think Don.
Yeah. Consolidation study, solar, looking at solar. So the CIP, talked about it, it's just, think of it as, although it comes in this form and it looks nice and it's a pretty good size, book, it's really a roadmap of capital expenditures, capital projects that are usually greater than 50,000. Carolyn could explain better, but she tracks those and capitalizes them, like fixed assets. They do all of these. There's a lot of financial implications there. But it's a project list. If you were to thumb through that, the beginning is a discussion of the district and the demographics and our rates and how things are funded, and a little bit about the water enterprise fund or water system and the sewer system, and then it just jumps right in. And our current, capital schedule, I don't remember how many projects, but there's probably, 20 each year on there. And so they range in size. And sometimes the small ones that are 50,000 take just as much time as the ones that are a million.
Oh.
It's important to say that, the board adopts the CIP annually in conjunction with the operating budget. And so we typically come to you and we'll, rather than belabor it and talk about every single project, we will pick out the most high priority ones or the ones that have the biggest fiscal impact. And we'll just explain to you what the work scope is and how we're planning on accomplishing it. And then, one of the greatest things that the board has is the adoption of the budget. So you basically determine how many projects get put on the list, in the sense that how much funding do we have to complete these, and whether or not you direct those towards certain high priorities or not. We also have the ability through the CIP to evaluate a project delivery by building in-house or by contracting. So our cost estimates reflect a preference.
If you have an hour, one of my favorite topics, that I'll leave it at, I won't leave it at anything, but I'll say that we put a lot of time and effort into this. We have perfected this really well. Again, I was talking to the staff yesterday about the very high expectations that I put on the managers and the managers put on staff. So there's a lot of involvement from the organization that goes into this. Hundreds, literally, not exaggerating, hundreds of years of practical experience at TUD, the greatest minds that there are, goes into the development. This is not something that happens overnight. It happens over the time of a year. So I'm really, really proud of this. I mean, I review it, cover to cover. I make my comments, even as zero manager, and I have my own sets of priorities, but I also listen to staff because they're even though I came from the field and feel like I have a very good understanding, which I do, but it's not as well as say Matt Nolte and Eric and Trevor and Louis and others, Rich. So really, really proud of this thing. It is how when we come to the board and we're asking for something is because of this development that I have the faith that I can come to you with all the trust that I'm giving you exactly what we think you need to make a decision. So anyway, I can go on and on. I love this document.
We won't talk about tanks.
Okay.
No.
So just I just have to comment, um, you know, I've been involved in engineering and construction all my professional life and before then, and I just am so grateful to be part of organization that I just sense we are in such good hands, and the ratepayers are so blessed to have the organization and the staff and the quality, the attitude, integrity. It's a wonderful thing, and I just want to commend you.
Thank you for saying so. And
I agree.
but yeah. And this information, we work really hard to make sure this knowledge, this hundreds of years of knowledge, isn't lost when somebody leaves. It's documented. We talk about it. We train on it. We're really, one of the things, this has less to do with this, but we're really proud of the fact that people come to TUD and generally spend 25 to 30 years here and retire here, right? Generally speaking. And so through that, we transfer a lot of knowledge. We're thoughtful about it. We're not just hoping that through osmosis, somebody picks up on something, right? And even when I got here, I mean, I thought I knew a lot when I got here, but suddenly realized I didn't know much of anything. But the team of people around me really supported me and got me on track really quickly. And we continue to do that today when we bring on new employees. We make sure that they have all the tools necessary to be successful here.
So yeah, funding sources for CIP, it really is largely rate driven. But there are, capacity charges, which are new connections to the system, which are very modest. A couple $100,000 a year comes in that way. Then there's public-private partnerships. That can come in many different forms with working with the tribe. Sometimes, the tribe just built a tank for us on a grant they received that will help our system as well as their own members out there. There's work with the development community on maybe upsizing a pipeline that they're going to be constructing on their dime to serve their development. Then property taxes are discretionary and the board decides how those are used, but they currently are in our rate, keeping our rates low because they do help with capital expenses. Developer constructed loans and grants. So, sometimes things are in direct form of money and sometimes they're somebody is doing something that we would have had to do. So it's an offset cost. The CIP is roughly about 25% of our operating budget. Like it's about $8 million a year. Carolyn will tell me if I'm wrong, but so it fluctuates around there. And the 5-year CIP, when you factor in grants and loans, it's almost $90 million. And you'll just see that grants are pretty substantial. This is what we have already executed in terms of grants. So we hope to even get more in the next 5 years. But it just gives you a big picture of scale.
So it looks like water, sewer, and loans is 2/3 of it and 1/3 of it is grants.
So look at it.
We get a
look at it
third,
that way.
a third of what we spend, we got in grants.
And we
That's
have
pretty good.
the loans that you see there, are essentially, that's going to be Sierra Pine. That's the big loan coming.
Could you maybe just touch on real briefly how capacity charges don't get mixed in with all the rest of the monies, how it's supposed to be spent?
Take that one. Yes, so capacity charges, they are all kept separately into different accounts within our accounting system. And then at the end of each year, we look at those accounts and say, of these that have been kept separate, what could be applicable to our capital projects? And then we recognize that as revenue if they meet that criteria. So it is separate accounts within our accounting system. It's how they're kept separate.
Okay, what are capacity charges?
Oh boy, that's a subject of another. In short, they're a payment, one-time payment that runs with the property for the estimated amount of, say, water capacity. That's how much water supply do we have to always provide, have in reserve for their use whenever they decide to? How much treatment plant capacity, how much storage tank capacity? And all those infrastructure assets, they cost money to build. It has nothing to do with the maintenance cost. It has everything to do with if your house was going to use 200 gallons a day, I would have to build a little treatment plant that treats 200 gallons a day. And I'd have to have a little storage tank that has, so.
Those are what developers hate. But why I wanted to bring it up is that money is like you're buying into the system. It can only be used to make the system be better, basically, correct?
Yes, that's a great way.
You build a significant cost is schools, fire, those initial charges there too. But it's just one,
Yep, it's one of those.
those tend to, just for a house, that's close to 50,000. Down in
So, just a little bit more to add to this. So the capacity fees for both water and sewer were developed by engineering and staff and adopted by the board years ago. And then every year there's an increase to them, inflationary increases that used to be, not used to be, it's pretty much automatic, but as of late, Antonio's been coming to the board to deliver you what that increase was. We're gonna, it's close to the time to look at those capacity fees at both probably the water committee and the sewer committee to contemplate an increase aside from inflation. We have a new wastewater treatment plant. There's some obvious needs to look at those capacity fees now.
We don't know whether any tariffs are gonna put on them.
Yeah.
In big picture, real quick, it's very important to have a good capacity charge setting exercise because really we're not in a community that grows a lot. So we get one chance to collect an appropriate fee. And if a facility has a useful life of 40 years, what happens in year 41 when you have to replace that and you've had a static user base? All those people need to have paid in, and what they're paying in for is really the future development of the replacement facility, or it's not, the capacity should already be there. So hopefully that makes sense. So it's really important. We have a new wastewater plant. Our capacity charging visited for that doesn't currently account for cost, at least that.
Thank you.
And then I won't spend much time. This is just a snapshot of how things are allocated. On the water side, it's mostly distributed because we have so many tanks and so many miles of pipeline. It doesn't include, I'm not sure this really includes Sierra Pines. I left that out because it would skew the whole thing. So, say 2/3 of it is really for distribution. And that fluctuates. And then sewer, roughly half is for the collection being sewer lift station, pipelines, that kind of infrastructure. Yeah. Yep. And last thing to say is, I think, from an engineering perspective, we want to work our way, not out of a job entirely, but good, sound management of infrastructure as an exit strategy to get to the point to where you're really you're maintaining things. You're not having to go out and invest millions of dollars to replace something. And if the useful life is 70 years, if you can get 80 years out of that, and I mean, anybody who does finances knows that last 10 years is huge. So if we can make things last longer than we estimate, but budget and our finances for the shorter period, then we're going to be a lot better.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Carol? I've learned that I need to make sure I'm checking in. It's a lot, huh?
Okay, I had one question. And this goes back a ways. You said that we get an allotment of water. From who do we get this? How much is it? And does every district get an allotment?
That's a
It's
great question, complicated answer. But it'll be a subject of some information piece that we delivered to you. Yes, making California conservation a way of life here simply means that they want us to reduce our usage of water for other reasons other than the benefit of our customers. I'm not going to I won't give you all statistics, but because of the historic drought that we had in 2014 and 15, our county and our ratepayers really stepped up to the plate and reduced their use. They fundamentally changed the way they used their water and the amount of water they used. They made a fundamental change, which was great because it really, really saved our bacon, right? Consequences, the state sees that, says, oh, they don't need much water, and maybe they can take a haircut of another 10 or 15%. Whereas Beverly Hills, on the other hand, is 3 or 4 times us. Probably not the right example, but there's other areas where they're using 3 or 4 times us, and they might get the same 10% cut. That don't make sense. Anyway,
And Don, when you say they're using 3 or 4 more times than us, you mean somewhat of a
Capita.
per customer use, correct?
yeah, per gallons per day per capita, yes.
Right. Yeah.
We're really, really low compared to the majority of the state.
Thank you.
Yep. Right. We can sit for partner 2 hours. My watch is telling me to stand up and do something. You guys mind taking a break?
Let's do it.
5 minutes or whatever.
Sounds good.
Yes.
We can get going.
Great. Okay, and I don't see Jeff back yet, but,
I'm here.
oh, perfect. Awesome. Okay. So next, we're going to go into the Administrative Services Department, and which includes a large portion of that is human resources. So we have administrative and human resources, so that mostly that's done by both myself, but also Hallie Bell, who's our administrative services technician, who handles really the bulk of the transactional HR, payroll stuff, employee certification and licensure, professional development opportunities, tracking, those kinds of things. Benefits administration, helping people get access to the paperwork they need if they need to make changes. And then safety and risk management. So we handle workplace safety, workers' compensation, risk management through various, we'll go into these a little bit more in detail. And then, and Danica Bland is our safety compliance coordinator. And then we do public relations, public outreach, external affairs, grants management. And Emily Bombach is oversees those duties. At the bottom there, it's very small. I won't read it, but we've developed our own little mission statement, but basically because we want to attract and retain high quality, high performing, dedicated employees for the district and be able to provide them an opportunity to meet their potential, have a safe workplace, be challenged. You know, people want to be challenged at work. We've talked a lot about that this morning, about this being a challenging place to work, which also makes it very fulfilling. And so provide opportunities for professional growth, and all of that in pursuing the mission of the district. So you're going to see a lot more about our staff here, but there's a common theme in everything that we're going to present today, and that really comes down to the people. And so I think it was you, Director Jacobs, you coined the term that humans are our biggest asset or
Infrastructure.
human infrastructure. So, you know, I can't agree with you more. It's critical that we have good staff here. We do have a very stringent recruitment and hiring program. We don't just hire anyone. You heard it when we've looked for an inspector a couple of times. There's a couple of other positions that we've struggled getting. And, you know, some folks may have on paper this qualification or that, but you know, we spend so much time here and we have such critical responsibility in the community. And so we have to take a lot of time in hiring folks. making sure we do all of the due diligence that we need to make sure we're bringing in the best folks that are able to perform at the level that we need to. We have high expectations, as Dawn mentioned, and I think people really will meet your expectations. So he's joking. But I'm a true believer that people meet your expectations. So if you set really low ones, then they'll meet those. And if you set high ones, they'll meet those. And we have a great staff. Can't talk any more about them on that regard. So to go into a little bit more into, you know, kind of a summary of what we do within admin and human resources, workforce planning and employment. So we're looking every single year in the budget process. We have meetings with each department head to determine what the current and future needs are with relation to the staffing level, what's working, what's not working. Every time we have a vacancy, we with a fine tooth comb, we go through job descriptions, assuming that it may not be in a classification or a job title that has a lot of folks that are in that. But certainly anytime we have a vacancy, when we have a single incumbent position, which means there's only one person that does that job, we really dive into the job description. We look at, is this the job that we still need? Are these the functions that we still need them to do? Is this really what's going to serve the community at this time and also in the future with what we're doing? So we spend a lot of time on that. So those things all happen before we hire. So recruitment and retention, as I mentioned, stringent hiring process. We do have one union, and that is LIUNA Local Laborers Union in 1130. They're out of Modesto. So we do have a memorandum of understanding between TUD and them. The majority of our staff is represented by the union, but we do have exemptions to the positions that are represented by the union. So managers, supervisors, and confidential staff are excluded from union membership. Yes.
When does our current labor agreement expire?
June 30th, 26. So a little over a year from now. Yeah, you're welcome. And starting now, throughout the contract, we're constantly looking at, you know, what's working, what's maybe not working. Our supervisors having a hard time maybe implementing certain things, our employees understanding those rules. And we have a great relationship with the union. The business manager is Joshua Lepper, and him and I talk on a regular basis. He's here every time we hire a new employee that's represented, and he meets with them during our new hire orientation. And he'll call with something that comes up. I'll call him. We run things by each other, and so it's been really great. We have a really good relationship. Dawn and myself have worked with Josh for 10 years solid now, and you know, there's been some ups and downs, but the last several years we've had just really good relationships. So we oversee certification, education, and training, development programs. So nearly every single employee in operations is required to have some form of certification. Usually state required, all but collection. That's not state required, but we do require collection certification as well. But there's state water treatment and water distribution and wastewater treatment. We also require, we have 38 commercial drivers. So all of those certifications have renewal dates. So certifications have to be renewed every 3 years. Each one, depending on the level, needs a certain number of continuing education hours. So we help track that. Our commercial drivers program also requires a drug and alcohol free program, random DOT, Department of Transportation. So there's a lot that goes into that. There's inspections that goes into that. So we have to have really clear policies and procedures that go along with all of that.
Cool. Abby, what are our commercial drivers driving?
They're driving dump trucks, they're trailering heavy equipment, they're driving the VACON, the vacuum trucks. And then they also have to have tank endorsements. And most of them have a Class A driver's license, but I think it's just collection department now that has Class B.
I think there's some in
Yeah.
distribution that are gonna have
Uh.
the Class B that's smaller vehicles, no air brakes, and then, or that has air brakes but no trailer endorsements, but then a lot, even like on the mini excavator, that trailer, its weight, you have to have a Class A.
Mhm.
So that's the driver here of what license you're getting.
And then in addition to that, we have non-DOT, non-commercial hazardous materials endorsement. So we have a couple of folks that deliver chemicals in warehouse. So Kenny and Derek are in Carolyn's department. They have hazardous materials endorsement, and so they have to go through basically all of the requirements that they would if they had a Class A or a Class B, but they're not driving heavy equipment. And let's see, succession planning. Dawn mentioned it. Transfer of knowledge is we have to think about that every single day. You know, right here, just in this room, just doing the quick math on when everyone was introducing himself, we have 90 years of institutional knowledge just with your management team. With the district as a whole, it's about 730 years. But certainly we identify, you know, either specialty positions, critical positions, management positions, and making sure that we have appropriate ladders that can develop our employees with the right leadership qualities. You know, those things can be built, have to be built. Certification alone doesn't make a good manager. So we think of all of those things, and we have people, lots of opportunities for people, not only for their required certification and education that they need, but a lot of other ancillary type trainings and leadership programs and supervisor training that they would need to become, you know, a future manager or supervisor. And then we handle basically all district-wide communications comes out of my office, just any kind of information that needs to be shared about benefits and upcoming events and new org charts or new, new phone lists and all of those things. We try and centralize it just so it's coming out in a consistent manner. It looks the same. People know what to expect out of the products that we send out. And then for risk management and workplace safety, I did mention drug and alcohol workplace. So DOT, Department of Transportation, our commercial drivers are held to a much higher standard and have to meet all of those requirements. We have 15 written training programs. We have a lot of other plans at the district, but those are just specific to workplace safety. And so we have employees and departments in operations that have to be trained on all of those. Some they might not be affected by this one or that one, but we have a lot of training programs. We do use outside consultants here and there for training, maybe a subject matter experts on confined space training or respiratory protection and of the like. And also we have, every once in a while, we'll have a third party come in and perform site safety inspections. Just as a new fresh pair of eyes, we do them internally on a regular basis per our injury and illness prevention program. But we also like to have a fresh set of eyes come in and make sure we're not missing anything to keep our employees safe. We manage workers' compensation program, the property and liability program. So claims management, claims against the district, you guys will see those on your claim summary often. If we had a main line break and maybe water went through someone's property, caused damage, that's what we're handling those. Risk transfer happens in a lot of different forms, but I'll just say our staff overall, all of us are risk managers here at the district. We're looking for ways in everything that we do to minimize the risk for the district. We also can transfer risk by hiring an outside contractor on a job that maybe we don't have the expertise in. And so we transfer that and we make sure our contracts do transfer that risk and we don't take any of that back onto ourselves. That's part of what you're paying for. And I think Director Hollis, you mentioned that earlier. And then kind of separate from human resources, but also that falls within my department is external and legislative affairs, public outreach and grants. So legislative watch is every single day we have emails coming in from California Special Districts Association, Mountain Counties Rural Water Association. Did I get that right? We had SDLF, Aqua, Association of California Water Agencies. All of them are looking at bills that are being passed and are being proposed throughout the state or the nation that could affect TUD in one way or another. It's not just water and wastewater bills. There's a lot of other things related to how we hire contractors, how we, how we set our rates, all of those things. And so we're looking for those, and many of the associations that we are members of will put those on either their watch list, their opposition list, or their support list. And so we evaluate it internally and we see, does that align with our mission and with our strategic plan? And then we can see if we can help support it or sign a coalition letter, something like that. Also oversee and manage the TUD website. Anything that goes on the website, we are managing that and making sure it's consistent with our messaging and with what we want to put out to the public, as well as our social media site. So we use Facebook only. We don't use other social media sites. But if you are on Facebook, you can check us out. And then we also do a lot of events. And so we're coordinating events, speaking events, ribbon cuttings, open houses, all sorts of tours. So there's a lot of different events we're coordinating with, not just, maybe with your board, with our staff, with schools, with other agencies that want to come see our facilities. And then also most of the information that also the external communications that goes out to the public is also comes through our department and goes out that way. Again, we want to make sure we're professional, consistent, and keeping the theme of what we have here at the district. All of the communication with our media partners gets filtered through our department as well. And then also new-ish to this department is taking on grant writing and administration. We've had a lot of different folks here at the district be involved in grant writing. Eric's department, Eric himself and his department have been huge. I mean, they received the Sierra Pines grant award that we just got, as well as the wastewater, the largest wastewater treatment grant that we've had thus far. So, but we have lots of other, on a little bit smaller scale, lots of fuels management grants, hazard mitigation grants. And so we're overseeing that as well in the administration of that. So, so human resources, we're resources for humans. So this is a large portion of what we do is really serve the people of TUD. And and this is just a great group. So we did this, we had an event last fall that we were able to finally get together and take a group picture. So it was kind of fun. But then, I'd be remiss if I failed to mention, some of our newest recruitment, and we're really proud of these folks. Very stringent hiring process, but also the non-humans of TUD. And those were the goats that we hired on last year to clean up around, not Quartz, Phoenix Lake, around the dam and everything. So I had actually nothing to do with those, but but they did do a lot of work for us. And so, we're open to whoever is going to do the best job. I mean, they were like
But that one that's watching the others eat, I'm gonna go see
Yeah.
what he's doing.
Two slackers out there, but, but their supervisor, the dog, took care of them, so. Anyway, we have very serious jobs here. We do very serious work. Health and safety for the community is paramount and, but you have to enjoy coming to work too. And so, we try and have some fun every once in a while. Let's see. Okay, and then this is tiny, so I apologize, but it's hard to get it all in on one screen. So I'll go through this pretty quick. This is our org chart. Of course, we've got district voters at the top who elect our board of directors, who elected you. And so we'll just move through that. There you are there, our board of directors. You know that your one employee is the general manager, and within the general manager's direct reports would be IT and board secretary, so they're also here with us. And then then we go into the different departments. So Eric Johnson talked about his department. That's our engineering department. And then the listed titles are below. If there's a number next to it, that means there's multiple employees in that classification or that job type. And then next is our finance department and admin and HR. And then as you can see over here, about 2/3 of the organization is operations. And so operations has 58 employees out of the 84 that we have budgeted. So at the bottom right, you can see the FY24 budget was 84 FTE. FTE means full-time equivalent. So that's full-time employees. Yes, absolutely. So we also do have seasonal temps. They're not up here, but we hire up to 8 folks for up to 6 months in a year who help out in a lot of different, it used to be very specific towards ditch maintenance and clearing around ditches, but we have temporary staff doing a lot of different other things as well, clearing easements and working in all around operations. And we've had really good luck with that program. It's a really good way for us to hire. We still have a stringent hiring process, but it is a really good way for us to bring people in and kind of like on the job interview. It's the longest interview that people have because they work here about 3 months or so at a time, and we can see how they would be as an employee. And so we've hired many folks off of our temporary crews. Very successful.
Do we have an intern program with the local education community?
We don't, but I know Dawn and I and Eric and I have on multiple occasions been involved in coordinated efforts with the college and Motherlode job training on that. We've had some folks come through Motherlode job training, but for one reason or another, it's been a struggle to get something going with the college, just because their program is very specific. The requirements are very specific, and we haven't found the best way to incorporate that into our operations. Anything more on that? It's just been a challenge. Yeah, but we're always open to it, and we've had every year we're in talks with someone at the college. They've had some turnover too on who's kind of running the programs, and their programs, some of them are grant funded. And so, yeah, they have very, very restrictive requirements that, and we also that means they're employees for us. And so we have employment laws with CalPERS and different things that we have to stick with. So we're trying to get those aligned better, but we haven't been able to do an internship like in water treatment or wastewater treatment yet.
And Abby, kind of related to that, then we have water collections and wastewater certifications, and they do have some programs there that help us to get some of those certifications. Is that true?
At the college?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Columbia College does have water resources classes that will count towards the education that's needed to obtain the certifications.
Okay,
Yes,
seems like getting that moving along would be good too.
yes, yes. And we have hired folks that have been in the water resources program at Columbia College and taken courses out there and started getting their certificates through that program as well.
Yeah, I personally, many moons ago, took the first water treatment certification program. So if I had pursued it, I could have taken the test to become the initial, just kind of get your foot in the door kind of thing.
Yeah.
Never pursued it, of course. So I think, the whole idea of internships and kind of related to that, do we have any volunteer programs for like high school kids or college kids, or
We do not.
we don't? Is- in my mind, again, looking down the road for future, future decades of just getting more outreach, using that as an outreach tool, but also as building community goodwill and community involvement and, grooming folks for the next generation to be there when we're not.
Actually, we just signed a agreement with, supportive agreement with Sonora Area Foundation for the CT program. Donna and I have been talking about it, not very much. Doesn't know it, but it's on my list. We're going to talk a lot more about it. But
That goes to your slide, special project, yeah.
But at any rate, that is exactly what I was hoping to have TUD start leaning towards, being involved in that program.
That's wonderful. I think some of the seeds, I was thrilled when we had the second graders come in to look at the water treatment plant, because, we're planting seed, in my own experience, as a youngster, there were seeds that were planted when I was very young that germinated over the years. And, second grade's a great time to start planting those seeds. And I think, and I know I've had conversation with young people that they want to volunteer. They want to be, they want to be involved in doing something. And I mean, what a tremendous resources, the natural resources, the getting out to nature, learning a skill, learning a trade. We have such a rich and depth of resources that could benefit our ratepayers and benefit the community and, raising up the next generation.
Thank you. I definitely agree. And I have actually failed to mention, we do tours for children. We have for at least as long as I've been here, and probably every year we do several tours for Columbia College for different groups. And we've gone to classrooms and talked. We go to career fairs, and I was just at Sonora Highs last week. So I didn't mean to just say we don't do anything. But yeah, we're out there often in the community and working with our youth. But did you have something to add, Dawn?
I was gonna add, is it the seat that's newer that they're trying to reintroduce to I believe the high school level? I can't remember
The
the.
CTE,
Yeah, CTE. I think that
yeah.
was what President.
Certified Technical Education, right? For students or youth that would rather hit the workforce rather in lieu of college, right? So that, I think that's sort of their charter mission. And I do want to get involved. If you know me, and well, if you do really, I love kids and teaching and being that mentor. So this stuff excites me to beyond belief. A few years ago, we really wanted to do these sorts of things, and we tried, but we didn't really have our house in order, say 10 years ago. I think we're really very much so in order now, and I think we can begin to take on these things, but I'll remind us that we're very careful of who we bring into our workplace, right? So we want to do this sort of thing, and we will continue to do what we can, but yeah, I look forward to planting more seeds and that sort of thing, so.
I agree with some of the things that Director Jacobs mentioned, because there's a lot of us that want to be firemen since we got that hat in second grade. So we could have tours out in the forest area, and that might play in, you know, some of the grants mentioned strongly
Mhm.
that you want to have more access for the community. Can't hurt our reputation, and it can work with the grants, and some of those kids might want a TUD hat.
We have
As
night
soon as we
hats
get in the
too.
logo. Hey, what?
Right. Okay, and then I also just wanted to share with you just some information about who our employees are, just to give you a sense of, we've talked about a little bit of the years of service already, and I mentioned we have 730 years of institutional knowledge here at TUD, but the tides are turning as far as where the bulk of our employees fall within years of service, because about 35 of our employees have 5 years or less of experience here at TUD. And so 16 have 5 to 10 years, 12 have 10 to 15 years, 13, 15 to 20, and then about 6 have 20 plus years. So a few of them are sitting in this room. So just to give you an idea about that. And then I think this is one of my last things, because I have another slide that's going to repeat some of what I already said. But so one of the biggest draws for public service is benefits. We do have a rich benefit for employees between retirement and health benefits. We are members of CalPERS, California Public Employer Retirement System. And there's different, now as of 2013, which seems to us that have been here like, oh, it's these new PEPRA members. But in 2013, Governor Jerry Brown passed a pension reform law. So PEPRA means Public Employees Pension Reform Act. That took effect in January of 2013, which in essence just changed the design of retirement systems and benefits. It was designed to enhance the long-term stability of CalPERS and the CalPERS Retirement Fund by implementing changes to different benefit pension provisions. Like it reduced retirement formulas, it increased the retirement age, and it put caps on annual salaries that can be used for final compensation, and then created equal sharing of employee and employer contribution rate. So those changes happened in 2013. We have a mixed bag of employees that some are under, if you're not PEPRA or new, that were hired after January 1st of 2013 and or came here without any other CalPERS service, then you're considered classic. And so we have a number of employees here. So I've broken it down in this slide. That's what this is supposed to be showing you, is that we have, if you look at it within our union, now within our represented folks, 77% are PEPRA. So they're they have the newer retirement program. And 23 are classic. On the non-union side, which again consists of management, supervisors, and confidential, it's less dramatic. We still have more classic than PEPRA, about 60-40. And then, but if you look at the district-wide, you have 70% that are in PEPRA, 30% classic. So those things are changing. The amount, the cost to the district for a classic member is more than it is for a PEPRA member.
What's the difference between Classic 1 and Classic 2?
Oh, good question. So Classic 1 would be anyone who was hired at TUD and is still at TUD prior to January 1st, 2013. And then what happened was in September of 2012 is when Governor Brown signed this into law. It took effect in January, but what he said was whatever formula is in place at January 1st, 2013 is the new Classic formula. The TUD Board of Directors between September of 2012 and January of 2013 changed the retirement formula from 2.7% at 55 to 2% at 55. So it's just slightly lower, but not in the PEPRA range, which is 2% at 62. I can go over any of those if you'd like, but it was just a level of benefit. So if anyone's hired now to TUD that has had that worked for a CalPERS agency or a reciprocal agency and did not have more than a 6-month break of service would go into the Classic 2 bin. So they would have a 2.0 at 55 formula versus the folks that have been here since before January of 2023 would have the little bit higher formula at 2.7. So it's a very small number of employees that fit into that cap.
That was a very, very dark time. That board that was in place at that time was slash and burn on anything. Thank God we had Tom Satius, our GM, at the one that saved the employees.
Okay, I basically went over all of that. So unless someone has a workplace safety or risk management question, I'll just go over this grants overview. This is a lot of this you saw in our grants presentation in February. But this pie chart here on the bottom left really shows it kind of reemphasizes what Eric presented earlier, but we actually lumped grants and loans together. And so what this pie chart showing that over the past 10 years, our CIP has been 50% grants and loans and 50% rate funded. So we feel pretty proud of that. A lot goes into getting grants. On the right is more specifics about the number of grants we've applied for. Again, this is what we presented a couple of months ago, but we've been very busy on the grant. And then I know there's a lot of interest in public outreach. And so again, this is small on your slide, but these are all the different types of communications that we do between press releases and radio and direct mailings, direct letters, emails and email blasts, door hangers, information documents and media. So we'll put together like leave behinds on certain projects when we go present to different groups. We do the quarterly on tap newsletter. We have our website, and every update that we send out always is on our website as well. Any press release or traffic advisory or any new program we're doing, projects that are going out to bid, environmental documents, all of that is loaded onto the website for public access. We have our social, oops. Do you mind sharing? It died. Yeah.
I thought you were being awfully brave over there without a cord, Amal.
Well, the cord doesn't, yeah, maybe I should have sat by the, yeah, or that's just a sign.
Or there's a sign. There's your sign.
Here's your sign. That was supposed to go off on Eric's. He would have loved that. And then we do a number of events like we talked about before. We do tours and ribbon cuttings, the home and garden show on an annual basis. We go and do career fairs. We go in classrooms. So we participate in different associations have Water Professionals Appreciation Week. And so we're constantly trying to get the message out. We do a lot on our social media page, so I would encourage you, if you are on Facebook, to at least look at that, because I think you'll see that we do have a lot of that. We also are regularly in the Aqua newsletter, because anytime we do big projects or we get a grant funding, we also send that to Aqua, and they almost 100% of the time will publish it in their newsletters as well. So that's really cool. And let's see, I think that was it on the public relations. No problem. No problem. Yes.
So one of the things that's been a little disappointing for me is, and I know it was for cost and it was for good reason, but, can't think of the name of the pamphlet that you go out with the bills.
The on tap newsletter?
Yeah, that's sort of a shame because there's a fair amount of effort that goes into producing that. And it just doesn't seem like it gets out to the ratepayers, public. No, okay, on the website, who goes on the website?
Yeah.
Is there a way that can be, I mean,
Directed?
how much did we save? How much did we save by not every?
So I think this, the ONTAP has evolved a bit over time. Currently, I mean, if you want to just go into, Abby's on limited time here, so, so we can do whatever this board would like to do. The
For it?
yeah, the customer service, can tell us for decades or whatever, years and years and years, how the customer would come in, pay their bill and say, and throw this in your trash. I'm tired of seeing this thing in the mail. So it comes with a little bit of criticism. We try to be, fluid and as much as we can. If the board think there's a real desire to get that back in the envelope 4 times a year now, we can certainly do it versus every month or every other month. Yeah, yeah. But thank you, Abby. There's a lot in there. If there's some takeaways for me, is this understanding of all that we and the ratepayers invest in our employees. We really have nothing. That's not true, but doesn't necessarily directly have to deal with billing and receiving bills and paying bills, and going out and treating water and distributing water. It's all these other requirements and needs that we have to and should and happily invest in our employees to make sure that they're safe and they're educated and they're rewarded and all those things. So there's a lot that goes in there. If there's one thing that has been consistent with every general manager that I have had to work with, is that there needs to be a desire to get our story out to the public and educate them. That's been very consistent, and Ron's been one of the folks who've reminded me and other general managers and staff members that we have to be able to explain to our ratepayers and the customers and the public what we do and why we do it, and do a better job of doing that. So we've tried, we've been intentional about that, and there's probably room for some more improvement, but we really have really upped our game, so to speak. So,
That is so true, and that's why I keep bringing it up, is because, when I'm out and around, I hear things like, oh my God, TUD, they're just rolling money. Look at all the nice trucks they're all in. Well, wait a minute now. What about the fact that they need to get to the job in the middle of the night because failure? When are we gonna run them around a bunch of junk that may or may not work, or what? I mean, so there's just really, all these little subtle things that can be brought up that people just don't realize. It's just not the way it appears.
That's when TUD first formed. That's, unfortunately, they were having to jumpstart vehicles, or, they would go to a water leak and, something wouldn't start. They'd have to bump start it going down the road. So and granted, that was a long time ago now, but we were there once.
It seems to me, coming in recently, that TUD does a better job at public outreach than a lot of other our sister organizations. And one of the things that I heard, somebody on Facebook had come up and said, well, they didn't like something about TUD. And 8 people responded, said, no, TUD is really good. Nobody does that with public.
Yeah.
So you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Well, we have some friendly competition with our friends across the river, you know,
Yeah.
as far as our outreach goes. So it's been fun. It's been fun.
Yeah, it's really cool because, yeah, they'll share ours and we'll share theirs but, there has to be also, on some level, a desire for people to want the information as well,
Yeah.
but yeah, we do a lot, but yeah, and it's ever changing, right? I mean, people get their news from lots of different sources and, someone says a newspaper, I don't read that, and then someone says, I don't go on social media. And so, yeah, there's a lot of different ways. And so we try and broaden that so that we can hit a wide market. Get people to share and like and all of those things.
Speaking of partnerships, our media partners.
But I think honestly, one of the things that really has improved so much is from starting with Dawn and the level of involvement in the community and with other agencies and talking to other people and taking opportunities to sit down on a Saturday with a group or, and then that is just instilled in each one of us. It just trickles all the way down and we're all, we all are excited to share about TUD. That hasn't always been the case. And so I think, you saw we had huge, we had the tribe here in full force the other day. We have great relationships. So while we want all of our materials to be great too, the relationships that TUD has with different agencies is just vitally important. And then that's when people start saying, hey, did you see what TUD's doing? Did you see what TUD's doing? So, and you guys have done a fantastic job in your different, circles and where you've been to and different meetings you've been to also share that amazing, all the good things that we're doing and the challenges that we have. And so, the more of that we do, I think the better off we all are.
Question, do we have or have we ever had focus groups of like community leaders to discuss how we can be more, do more outreach or more targeted, or maybe some ideas for greater community engagement?
We did oh gosh, what year was it? Prior to when we kind of went out more for PG&E outreach, for acquisition outreach, gosh, but that was a number of years ago. But we got a lot of really good feedback from stakeholders and members of the community on what the best way to get out there was. But people are so very busy. And so it has been a challenge to get folks from different demographics that have the time and the energy and the desire to want to help TUD get their message out about water and wastewater. So it's not that we won't do it again, but that, yeah, we did that prior to our public outreach for the PG&E acquisition when we were in full force in 2022.
I think Dawn put on one, didn't you, down at Nugs in time?
Couple times.
Yeah.
Called it Coffee Talk.
Yeah, we had coffee
Coffee
talks.
Talk with
Coffee
Dawn
talks,
or
yeah.
something along those lines.
But the amount of people there was a little disappointing, if I recall.
The quality of the
Yeah,
we
the
were there,
quality.
and the quality of the conversation was bad. And we toy around with that, having some more of those things. Yeah, the more we can get out there and tell our story and share our story in a non-confrontational way, an inviting way, and even if there's 3 or 4 or 5 people, if the message is good, they'll share it. Hopefully they'll share that message. And you have a sign in the back of your office about trust, one drop at a time in a bucket, and it can get tipped over really quick and lose it all. But the thought about here is, all these little things are lots of drops in the trust bucket that we're trying to put in over time. So, but I'll speak with Director Ringen, soon, like tomorrow, about a lot of these topics in the focus group.
So this may transition. I'm interested in everything you have to say about the HR. but it kind of transitions to what Carolyn's going to be talking about. So seared in my memory is 2 years ago this month, when I got thrown, kind of thrown into the deep end of the pool because we were in the throes of a rate increase. And I'll never forget the meeting we had in discussing the rate increase. There were 20 plus people in opposition, and I don't know that there was any in favor. So that just highlights to me how vitally important it is, even though, you know, rate increases is another couple years down the road. The public perception is we only reach out to them when we have our hand out, when we want something from them. So again, building, and we all know this is just human nature. So whatever we can do today to create kind of an urgency, if you will, to on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, to build that trust, build that support, so that when we do have a rate increase, it's like, oh yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's not like, oh, anyway, I'm preaching the choir here, but
Yeah.
that's my thought.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I have just as much desire for people to want to know more about TUD that you do. I want more people to come to our events, and so I encourage you to come to all of our events, all of you to come to all the different outreach events that we have, because they're really cool. They might not be, a line going out the door, but, we have a lot of involvement at our tours, our ribbon cuttings, our home and garden show, lots of people coming by just to say, oh yeah, that's in my area. And you guys, I saw you guys working out there and you did a great job. And so I'm really proud of what we've done. It's been, it's hard to make someone want to know more about it, but we're always looking for different ideas to do that. So I appreciate your interest in it.
And another thought occurred to me now that we have, TUD's made the transition of the past several years of going from a county or a district-wide board to one targeted, separate districts or district-specific board members. And maybe we can kind of brainstorm at some point how each of us board members can do things that are targeted to our specific area. I know Carol has an end with Homeowners Association at Millville, excuse me. So that's just an example that, she could post something specific to her region. And I'm very excited about the white fur ribbon cutting.
Yeah.
Because that's in my district, and
Yeah.
the regional water plant is going to be in Sierra Pines is in my district. So, and we each have things that are unique to our district that we could maybe, kind of brainstorm and see what we could do to generate more local environment on a district by district basis.
Absolutely.
Division by division basis.
Speaking on that, I would caution the manner at which you're going at that. Board is elected person from a district, but this board is for the entire TUD organization. So I would not want to see us start, putting on something that is just for a certain district by a certain director who is in that district. I think it needs to be all encompassing. Otherwise, it'll start looking like it's a political thing.
Good point.
So
Yeah, I agree.
make sure you have your speech ready. Thank you, Abby. I know you got to run. Thank you.
I have to excuse myself.
Thanks, Abby. Appreciate it.
I know Melissa could show you guys on the website for the agendas and everything, but I'm happy to sit with you one-on-one too, Director Ringen, or anyone that wants to navigate the website, the different sections of the website and how to find things. There's also a search tool on there. But yeah, so I'm happy to do that. So that way you feel more comfortable finding what you need on there.
Thank you, Abby.
If somebody's talking, I can't hear them.
Think about, we're gonna take a working lunch break here, so we're gonna take about 10 minutes or whatever and get some food,
Gather up and then come
then
back.
come back.
Okay, how much longer do we
Bring it
have?
back. How much more time do we have? We have
We got finance.
Carolyn and Eric, yeah, and Eric's is a slider. He has 2 slides. Eric has 2 slides.
Okay.
I think we're gonna wrap this thing up pretty quick.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just was curious.
Yep.
Lunch.
Hello, Jeff.
I'm here.
Good man.
I'm going to leave my video off for a while. You guys don't need a close up of me eating my sandwich.
I didn't know you had Togos out there in Ruby Valley.
What was that?
You had a Togo shop, sandwich shop out there.
Oh no, it's not Togo's. It's good old fashioned, straight out of the fridge.
Carolyn?
All right. Well, I'm glad we saved the exciting one. Uh, Welcome for lunchtime. So anyways, can you share screen, Eric?
Questions so far?
Yeah. Is it working for you? There we go. All right, well, welcome to the finance department. I like to call us the life of the party. We all know that us bean counters are the life of the party. Not true, we're usually the shy, quiet types, but anyways, I'll try to make this so you don't fall asleep after eating, but we'll try my best. So anyways, just to go into some of the details of the finance department and what we do. We kind of have three arms to our department, customer service, purchasing, and accounting. And I'll just go briefly into what each of those do. Not tons of detail because I don't want to bore you too much, but feel free to ask any questions if you want any more detail. Customer service, probably somewhat obvious to you. We kind of work with all things customer and ratepayer related. This team is oftentimes the first face or voice that a TUD customer may experience. And we have a great team of customer service representatives. I've been in various jobs where I've had a customer service arm related to what I'm doing. And this team is great. There are some rock stars out there that work in there. They have to have just kind of a special type of personality, especially in government, where they are empathetic. They can relate to the customers, but also still uphold some of the regulations that we have. And so it's a very, I guess it's just a balance that they have to their personalities. And we have some that just have that balance down so well. So that's part of what they do is they're just interacting with customers all the time. But things that they're doing behind the scenes too that people may not be aware of is that they are the ones that actually do all of the utility billing. So they get all of that ready in our accounting system and send those bi-monthly bills out. They oversee that process. They complete that process. They are the ones accepting utility payments. They get all kinds of questions from customers about all types of things. They've got questions about leaks. They have questions about meters. They have questions about PG&E, even though we have nothing to do with PG&E, all kinds of things. And so they do a great job of balancing being empathetic, upholding regulations, upholding water rules and regulations, as well as doing some technical type things like the utility billing. They have to be very familiar with consumption, how to explain people's consumption to them. And so they're very adept at that. And right now we currently have a customer service supervisor and we have 4 customer service representative positions budgeted, although right now we have 3 positions filled. So that's one arm of the finance department. Another one is purchasing. And purchasing department, they work very closely, I would say, with operations and engineering staff to buy stuff is the the short and sweet. But they're very adept at what they do as well. A massive thing that they do is they get quotes. They make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. And they're just making sure that fair, where we're obtaining full and open competition as a government agency that we need to do. So they're making sure we're getting those quotes. They're helping in budget season to get quotes so that we know what to budget for future years, all types of things. They then actually order the goods and they receive the goods. They manage the inventory. So I mean, it's great. We have our warehouse that's filled with inventory so that when things happen, we've got the parts on hand to go out and immediately fix things. And even like provide helped Utica where we had the parts on hand. That's part of this staff's responsibility is they are managing that inventory. They are ordering when things are getting used up. And then they also conduct a monthly inventory process where they're literally counting what do we have in inventory still. That all filters up to me. They manage that warehouse. They deliver chemicals. So Abby mentioned that they have special licenses because of those chemical deliveries to the various plants. And I also like to really think of this department, or I guess I was made aware that this department is very much the extra duties as assigned department. There was many times as new, I'd say, so who does this? Not knowing that is my department, and it's Kenny. And we call him the Kenny Can Do It guy. And so we've got great staff in there that are just willing, what I've experienced in speaking here is everybody on staff is just really willing to pitch a hand wherever it's needed. But Kenny especially does this, our purchasing agent. So right now we have 2 people in that department, and that is our purchasing agent and our warehouse worker. And then the last arm of our department is, accounting. And accounting is probably what you think of more so when you think of finance department. But we essentially do payroll, accounts payable, which is paying outside vendors. So we've ordered things from people and then we get the invoices and we need to pay those. Accounts receivable, and that is accounts receivable other than our utility customers, because that's what our customer service department does. Some examples of that are septic haulers. We have septic tanks, septic companies that dump septic at regional, and then we bill them for that so that our accounting department takes care of that billing. We also have some what we call subscribers out there, or they're those other special districts like Jamestown Sanitary District and Twain Harte CSD that pay us as well. And so we bill those as well. And lots of other random places that we bill or people that we bill. So they're in charge of that piece of it. They also do a bunch of general accounting duties like bank reconciliations, cash management, assist with the audit, assist with the budget of those things. And right now there are currently 2 people in that part of that arm, and they're called accounting functions. So all of those functions essentially filters to our financial statements, filters to our budget, all of the things that you probably see more regularly. Those are like the day-to-day things that are happening that get put into our accounting system. All of that gets analyzed. All of it is just the day-to-day of the bigger picture, if you will. And the bigger picture couldn't happen without those day-to-day things. So they are really, just get us through every day. So some of those things that, or I wanted to go through today too, just to help give it, or just talk about the things that you probably see more, and how that interacts with us as the finance department. One of those things was just to go into, sorry if you can go to the next slide. Yep, here we go. So within the accounting arm, some of the things that we have to abide by and are regulated by, if you will. And this, I apologize because this is very accounting ease oriented. So this is a lot of accounting language. But the reason why I go into it just a little bit is just so you understand why some of the things come to you the way that they come to you. That makes sense. And this is what we have to be doing on a daily basis to make sure that we're doing all the things that we do correctly. And so essentially, as a water district, the accounting and the finances are subject, and for lack of a better word, I'll call these regulations. They're not technically regulations, but for lack of a better word. And you'll hear this term, it's called governmental GAAP, which is governmental generally accepted accounting principles. So these are the principles that we have to abide by. This is what our financial statements, the financial statements that you get at the time of the audit, they have to be in this certain prescribed way. And the accounting that we do throughout the year has to meet certain standards that have been prescribed by what are called these boards. We have to abide by both the Governmental Accounting Standards Board and the Financial Accounting Standards Board. Both of those apply to TUD. So that's part of our job in the accounting department, is to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to be doing in relation to those standards. One of those standards is that we have to have fund accounting, and fund accounting is an accounting system that emphasizes accountability rather than profitability, and it's used by governments. In the system, a fund is a self-balancing set of accounts segregated for specific purposes in accordance with laws and regulations or special restrictions and limitations. So that's a lot of accounting ease, but I'll try to interpret that a little bit. Yes. I'll interpret it in the way that you see it. So what that basically means is we have a water fund and we have a sewer fund, and we have to keep those separate, is basically what that means. Because we're getting those rates for those specific purposes. And so within our accounting structure, we have to have the accountability for what that purpose was. I don't know if that helps. Right. Yes. So there's all different types of funds that governments use. This is a bunch more accounting ease, but essentially, we as a water and sewer agency have enterprise funds, and those are used for services provided to the public on a user charge basis. And it's similar to the operation of a commercial enterprise, but it's still different because we are not a commercial enterprise. We're still nonprofit, if you will. But anyways, those are the things that we have to make sure behind the scenes we're abiding by. And it does come to you in the sense, in the big picture, for example, like when we're setting rates, we're setting those for those specific purposes. For water, for sewer, we can't intermingle them. That makes sense.
I got lost in enterprise funds.
Mhm.
What are they specifically? One more time?
Enterprise funds are used for services provided to the public on a user charge basis.
The user charge basis.
So they're paying for a specific service, if you will. They are a
Example?
user. Sorry?
I got an example of what one of those would be.
Yeah, water and sewer are an example of that.
Oh,
Yep. Property related fees are.
So just to simplify, it's basically 2 buckets of money.
Yeah.
just like the fund accountability.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So when, like that situation that came up with the sewer that hadn't been caught for years and so on. When the crew was sent out to inspect, find an inspector, you know, and then camera and so on. Was there a charge for that? And if there was a charge for it, that would end up in the enterprise funds or where?
Yeah, I mean, basically, enterprise funds is the big picture stating that you have a water and sewer fund. So they are both enterprise funds.
Okay.
And the only reason why they specify, not the only reason, but a reason why and why I bring this up to state that these are enterprise funds is because there are specific accounting rules with enterprise funds that state, and this is essentially that we have to be, sorry, this is lots of accounting needs, but a full accrual method of accounting, which means this, and why you'll hear me use certain words sometimes when I'm presenting financial statements and or even talking about the budget, is that you may think that something may not show up on a financial statement for a particular fiscal year. Let's say, for example, for revenue, user utility rate revenue. You may think that that doesn't show up on a financial statement until we've actually received the cash for that. And that's not true because we have to abide by enterprise accounting rules that state you put that on your financial statement when you've earned it. So if they use the water May to June, even though we might not get paid till that in October, I put that in our financial statements for the previous, that fiscal year, that May and June. So that's kind of the reason why I even bring it up here, is just so that you're aware that it's those regulations and those standards that are dictating that that's the way in which we have to recognize that revenue. Similarly with expenses, which these guys are all used to this, in order for an expense to show up in a particular fiscal year, we have to have received the goods or the service in that particular year, rather than when we actually pay for that good. And likewise with grants, we have to have been awarded the grant and earned the grant, like done what it is that we say we're going to do in order for it to be recognized in that year. So that's kind of the point of why I bring this up in this context, is because it does affect those financial statements that I present to you.
So, could you maybe take a minute or so to explain, one of the things that I have tasked myself with for years is going through claim summary. Not something I like doing, and it takes a lot of time, but could you maybe take a minute or two to explain how much effort goes into and what the process is of getting from the time that somebody, let's say, there's a need out in the field, I don't know, shovel, whatever. What happens from there? How does that work so the
Yes.
board can understand how it rotates through?
Absolutely, yes. So somebody has a need out there in the field. They, first of all, would probably have a conversation with their supervisor that they have a need, right? Then whomever it is would enter what's called a requisition into our accounting system that essentially says, I need 6 shovels. It's not that simplistic, but that it's all electronic, which is awesome. That requisition gets forwarded to whomever has purchasing authority for that department. So in our purchasing policy, it delineates out who has purchasing authority. And so the system automatically emails that individual who has the authority to make that purchase. So there's the superintendents for their departments, managers, and then Dawn as well. And then they either approve or not approve that purchase. That, depending on what it is, Kenny, our purchasing agent, sees all of that, and then he would, depending on what it is, get quotes. There's certain thresholds of when we need quotes, when we don't. Sometimes it's counterproductive to spend, a bunch of money on getting a quote for a pencil. Making this very simplistic, but he gets quotes and orders it. The items would be shipped to our warehouse. Our warehouse worker says we've received the goods. And then that's our indication of, okay, it's okay to pay this invoice when the invoice comes in. So, and then it ends up on the claim summary after we've paid it. Does that help?
Yeah.
Thought it was accrued when we received the
That's
shovel,
for-
but before we paid it.
It is on our financial statement. The
Right.
claim summary is more just a report to the board saying, here's all the checks that
Oh,
went
okay.
out this month.
Okay,
That makes sense?
different.
So it could, like, for example, in the month of August, some of those items that are on the claim summary, that's when we've literally paid for it. Some of those things could be related to the previous fiscal year, some of them could be related to the.
Doesn't that kind of skew the accounting?
No, because it's just a separate reporting system. It's just a custom report that we built that can report that way.
Just to keep us happy.
Yep. So anyways, any other questions on that part of it? All right. And then another thing that I wanted to talk about, is the board is very involved in this, and this is a big piece of what we do in finance as well, which I think all of you now have maybe seen this slide, so I apologize. I'm not sure if Carol has or not, but it's just going through our budget cycle. And you've all been a part of this by now. But essentially, at the beginning or before our fiscal year ends, we start the process of coming up with our budget for the next fiscal year. So finance is very involved in this, as are all the other departments are very involved in this. But anyways, it's prepared in accordance with our current budgeting policy, and it's essentially the planned spending document or our primary, what I like to think of as our primary goal or target. And in our policy, it says to provide the highest possible level of service to the district customers while maintaining a sound financial condition. So it's a board-approved annual budget document that provides the spending limits by fund, water and sewer, for the fiscal year. Several goals within the policy are to keep current expenditures less than current revenues. So that's a goal in the policy, and which would result in net income greater than or equal to 0. And so essentially that's our total revenue, our operations and maintenance expenses, less any debt service or loans that we have out there, and less any capital projects that we're planning to have funded through ratepayers, through rates greater than or equal to 0. So that's kind of the target or the goal that's been set in that budgeting policy. So that's kind of the first part of the budget cycle is setting that annual budget. And then throughout the year, we are in a review stage. Yes, go ahead.
So that does or does not include grants in that annual budget?
It has not historically included grants. Historically, if we have a grant that's going to be covering CIP, we don't budget it on the revenue side or on the CIP expense side. Some places do it differently, but historically that's how.
And I don't see it as a line item, but reserves, I think are a very critical part of what we do. So what is that?
Yeah, so
reflect?
I think in that sentence, it said that the goal within the budgeting policy is for net income to be greater than or equal to 0. So if it was greater than, then that would suggest that we're putting. So I don't know if that helps answer the question. So anyways, the second part of the cycle is review. So the finance department produces financial reports that goes out to the managers as well as superintendents, anybody who is responsible for managing a budget. Those reports go out to them. They review them. They're consistently thinking about them as they are approving those requisitions that they get, making sure that they're going to fit into budget, things like that. Sometimes things happen and things might be outside of budget, but they tend to form and come up with plans, things like that. And then you're a part of that review process as well, because I provide quarterly board reports to you like we just did at the last board meeting. And then in addition, we have the mid-year projections, which is where we really, really, really hone in again on the budget and just start to make projections as to whether or not we think we're going to make budget or not. And that also gets presented to you as a board. And then the third part of the budget cycle is our final results. So the finance department gets very, very busy this time of year. The last day of the fiscal year is June 30th. And really after that point, we get very, very busy because we're making sure that things get into the correct fiscal year, making sure that we are upholding all of those regulations that I said before. and that we are reporting, we're completing our year-end financial reports. We have to make sure that we've met all of, if there's been any new GASB statements, as they call them, we have to make sure that we are abiding by those in our financial reports. And basically, it tells us our final results of where we're ending up for that year. So we compile all of that, and then the auditors come in and they look at everything. They pull invoices, they do all types of things, they do all types of tests to make sure things look reasonable, make sure that our financial statements are real and valid. And then they give you those reports saying yay or nay, essentially. So that's kind of the budget cycle that you guys are already a part of. And then lastly, maybe not lastly, but the other thing that I wanted to talk about, because the board is very much a part of this as well, is, if you go to the next one, sorry, is revenue and rates. And I wanted to go into this specifically talking about rate studies, rate increases, things like that. The board is very involved, as you're aware, of this, in this process. And a big part of this is that our largest source of revenue is our user charges and our rates. And it's about 92% of our revenue, of our normal budgeted revenue. Say that, because some years we have grants where it's less.
Yeah.
But of normal revenue, it's about 92%. So when talking about revenue and rates, and specifically when we start to look at projections going out years down the road or the next year or whatever it is, and we start to say, hey, it looks like our expenses, our CIP, our operating, things like that is starting to exceed what our rates support. We start to talk about potential rate increases and things like that. And I wanted to go into a little bit of the history of what that means in our type of organization. And so you see in that second little gavel there, that we are subject to Prop 218, which is the Right to Vote on Taxes Act. And this was a proposition that was proposed in 1996 that the voters approved, which was intended to bolster Prop 13, which Prop 13 basically said you have to let voters vote on taxes, essentially. It's very, very basic explanation, but and they would have a 2/3 voter approval for any new taxes, things like that. Prop 218 came along and included a clause that established a new category of fees and charges as property-related fees and charges. And it established new requirements for imposing or increasing those property-related fees and charges. And they classified water and wastewater charges as property-related charges. So essentially, whenever we have a new property-related fee or charge, or we are increasing, we are subject to Prop 218 when we do that process. And within that same Prop 218, there were what they call substantive provisions and procedural requirements. And I actually had to look up the word substantive. I just have to admit, in this context, I mean, I knew vaguely what that meant, but looking at the definition, I said, oh, that really makes sense. Substantive in this context, substantive provisions means having a firm basis in reality. So, yeah, it is a good idea, isn't it? So those provisions, or those substantive provisions, say things like the fee must not exceed the funds required to provide the property-related service. So in other words, you can't just come up with any old fee. It needs to be based on reality. It needs to be required to, that the reason why you need the funds is to provide that property-related service. The other one is the revenue cannot be used for any purpose other than that for which the fee is imposed. So for example, if we're saying this is a water-related fee, we can't use it for sewer. Likewise, if we say it's a sewer-related fee, we can't use it for water. Another one is that the amount of the fee must not exceed the proportional cost of the service attributable to the parcel. That gets super complicated. And there's often engineering firms out there that their whole company is based on fulfilling that provision of this proposition. So there's a certain type of study that you're supposed to do when you're doing Prop 218, in which the district has participated in the past. So anyways, there's several other provisions that I won't go into. And then, so it's supposed to meet those provisions. Also, there's procedural requirements that you have to go through in order to vote on the rate increase. And so, for example, one of those is that you have to hold a noticed public hearing. So you have to send notification out to all of the property owners that will be affected by this potential rate increase. It has to be mailed at least 45 days before the public hearing. And there are specific items the notice must contain. So for those of you that have been a part of this process, you've seen this happen times. And it,
Always a fun building.
yes. And so that notice basically tells the property owners what the increase is going to be, or if it's a schedule of proposed rate increases, that they have the right to oppose it, if you will, or protest it, I should say, is a better way to say it. And it outlines the things that they have to do in order to protest it. And basically, if a majority of the property owners, and it is just a simple majority, so if 3.2% of those property owners submit a written protest by the end of that public hearing, which you're telling them about, you're going to have a public hearing, then rate increases actually couldn't be enacted. So anyways, that's just kind of the procedural requirements and that's something the board historically has been very involved in firsthand.
How do the ratepayers do that during that 45-day period? Do they have to wait till the meeting, or they just do it
No,
all?
they can mail that in at or bring it in at any point. It does have to be written. But they can bring it in, they can mail it in, they can walk it into the meeting that day. It just has to be received before the end of before that public hearing is closed.
Yeah, I remember when we went through that 218 process, Don, what was the final tally? It was, if I remember right, it was like 7%. Does that sound right? Against the rate increase?
I wish I knew the exact answer.
It was
quite
less.
low.
It was
Quite
less.
low. And that's even including, there was quite an effort by a certain group to really.
Yeah. My point is, though, the reason I brought it up is that yeah, there's always opposition to them, which it makes sense, and based on how active the public gets, it determines on how close or if they get to that threshold. So that was just kind of a follow up to your question there, Director Hollis.
Well, that makes sense. There's, we've seen some of that stuff in action lately, and nobody got up to the 50%.
Is there any other questions on that? Or?
I just want to recall some of my reflect on some of the experiences I had with the last rate increase, and that was there was as was mentioned, there was a very vocal minority who, from my understanding, again, I don't have the history that a lot of folks in the room do, but the vocal minority felt that they were not getting a fair shake within the, I believe, particularly the raw water users didn't feel that they were getting a fair shake. So I would like to just ensure that particular community has a full understanding of the process and that we could diffuse any potential conflict or concern or that they might have far in advance. And I think we should we should start right now to move in that direction.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes out of those substantive provisions, if you will, of doing cost of, what they call cost of services study. And where they look at those particular groups, and there's literal math and science engineering behind it. And so much of it can't totally come out until that process has been done, if you will. But yeah, having a good explanation of, hey, this is what this showed in this cost of services study. And actually we're bound by law, basically, to make sure that those substantive provisions are met. So
When did we last do that, is it a survey, that, yeah, process
it was last,
with regard to raw water?
I'll try.
Yeah.
We did it in 2015. We did our first cost of services study, which analyzed the cost to provide raw water specific service. And then the last rate increase included an updated cost of services study that built on the same methodology that was previously used, but with the updated costs. So there's just so many different ways to proportion out the cost of the service. And that's where, the methodology used really influences the numbers. But the last cost of services study, to repeat, just built on the same methodology because we thought it was sound from 2015. And your current rates are a reflection of that last cost of services study that were adopted.
Eric, how recent was that last update?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was your question. Was it what, 21?
20, you mean the last cost of service?
Yeah.
Right? It was 20, they think they did it in 2022 for 2023.
That
Or it
sounds
might have
right.
been very early 20.
As Director Jacobs mentioned, the raw water users got a pretty healthy increase at that point. Not happy. So, but presumably we're fairly steady in knowing what the relative costs are for raw water versus treated water now. We're not going to have any big change.
We would have to do another study, essentially.
So my suggestion would be we get members of the primarily ag community, to get them involved now to say, here's what we're looking at. Tell us what you think is fair. Hear their story, hear their side. Get them involved. They may not agree with it, they may not buy into it, but at least they feel that they're being treated fairly. And there was a lot of sentiment that they were not, the last rate increase that I was part of.
I got a couple thoughts on that. There was numerous conversations at various board meetings about raw water, especially considering we had a board director that was on raw water. And it was amazing. There was no one in the audience. So they have all the chances in the world. Just put yourself out and be at the meetings. I don't think we should be doing any sort of overboard trying to just create problems for ourselves by doing what you're talking about. Everything is above boards here, everything. If you don't want to get involved, fine. But then you're going to pay the price if it's not the way you want it, because you didn't have any input.
Will add, I think it's just important to know that I think I actually that Eric Johnson, a couple of directors, Jeff being one of them, attend a couple of ag or farm bureau meetings leading up to the last one, and tried our best to explain our methodology and what goes in. It's so complicated. People you can't understand it. It's challenging for you to understand when you've been here for 5 years. I'm talking to you 5. It is challenging to explain it to a point where you can understand it. So I'm going on, but it's I've tried. We've tried.
And it's hard to get common sense, a common sense subject, or present all the facts out when the decision has already been made in the minds that it's too high. You're not gonna overcome that.
Well, I attended one of those ag meetings too, and they were unhappy that it went higher. It doesn't necessarily mean they didn't understand it, you know, and they went along with it. As long as they understand what's going on, that's the best you can do. Not happy with it, but it was just an adjustment, upward adjustment, and hopefully we're more steady. Yeah, now.
Well, not only that, but you know, when it's been completely evaluated by numerous people, both here and so on, and this is what the cost of service is, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I mean, if that's what the cost of service is, then unfortunately, that's what you're gonna have to charge for it. I don't know, how do you overcome that?
A couple of things that seem to be helpful to let them know is, first of all, we're a nonprofit agency. A lot of people don't know that, that we're charging what we need to charge to get the services out that we need to get out. And that goes a long ways towards calming people down. Let them know. Like you said, costs what it costs. It's split up fairly.
Director Kearns, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that is, yeah, Don's correct. I went to, several Farm Bureau meetings, and I met with several Farm Bureau members privately over that too, over coffee and whatnot. And I think the biggest thing that they disagreed on was was what Eric was talking about there, the survey. They felt that they were being paying too much of the load as opposed to the treated side. And because I heard that over and over and over again. So their problem was more with the math on their side than on the treated side. I don't know if I'm making sense, but because most of those guys, they've got several inches that they pay for, so the total dollar amount was significantly higher that they pay every year, and they felt that that the cost of service survey was weighted too much towards them and away from the treated side, as I recall. Would you agree with that, Director Ringen? You were in on some of those too.
Yeah, I heard all the blowback and everything. The problem is that the water starts for us, maybe at Lyons, but basically at Section 4 and at Big Hill. That's where it gets down into our system, so to speak. And you've got all those miles of upkeep in order to get it all the way to there at the bottom of the system. So you have a ton of labor being expended to get that water to them at the very bottom of the system. So I mean, they're not paying any more than anybody at the top, basically. So I think it's fair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's like that, but if it's the same for the person at the bottom as it is at the top, then it's the expense has been spread out across the whole group, the whole ratepayer group, then that's about as fair as you can get it. Unless they want it to be offset to where the guy at the top pays less and the guy at the bottom pays more because there's more. I don't know. You want to do that?
You need 5 Carolyns,
And
5 Erics, another 5 Erics, several Dons.
Mhm.
No.
Well, and like you said, Don, earlier, that it is extremely complex, our rate structure, and right or wrong. I mean, I'm not saying they were right and we're wrong or vice versa. I'm just telling you that's what the feedback was.
Yeah. It's complicated. I'll say it again, our system is unique. A few general managers ago, he just disagreed with me. Oh, Don, every general manager of a district says you're unique. Well, okay, you show me another one with 70 miles of ditch system that we value. We've stated over and over how much we appreciate and value this resource. It's not free, right? And so we share those costs proportionally. If you use this percent of the water, you're going to pay for that percent of the water. It's that simple. I'm open to ideas, but if you shift $1 million away from one section, it's gonna come from another section. If you think that's fair, then the board will have to say that's fair.
And I think we could just ask our operations manager, who's been all the way, like he said, from the bottom up, how much time, how much labor is put into those ditches to keep that water going all the way to the bottom?
24/7, 365.
There you go. Even when it's snowing.
Times 8.
And then there's the sprinkler systems at the bottom too, with the overflow water, which is a separate,
Oh, wait a
it's
minute,
free
that's
to
all for
them.
Free.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
free to them, but not to us. So there's some issues.
It's touchy, it's tricky, but it's our reality and we're gonna live it. So. I said it's challenging around here.
So from my standpoint, I just want to be proactive so that the next 218 prop open session or the public hearing, that we avoid some of the heated contention that occurred.
First Monday
Because
of
we have
every
some-
month,
We have some buy-in.
first Monday of every month is the Farm Bureau meeting. You're welcome to attend it. You can explain it all to them right there in person. First Monday, starts at 7 PM.
Right, yep, ready for the next slide. So anyways, after the last, scheduled 5-year rate increase, and part of that process, I think, is that you saw some graphs as to what we look like in comparison to other agencies. And so I've since updated that, showing, basically current time. And just wanted to still give you an idea and a perspective of where we are and compared to other like agencies or in like areas as us. And so if you can see, the light colored ones are other agencies, the dark fully filled in, column is us currently in our current rates with our average water use. And this is water and sewer combined. So water is the blue, sewer is the green, but the average is about $170.84 a month. You can see that currently, and all of the other agencies are their current rates. We're pretty close. I mean, we're close down there to the bottom or in the middle. And then I also added this other column that has the stripes in it that actually shows you what our rates will look like at the end of that 5-year time period. And we're still even comparing to those other agencies' current rates. So that doesn't take into any account where they may be at the end of that time period, where we are in relation to those. So we'd be at about $178.45. And so I don't want to show that to badmouth other districts or anything like that. Every district has its own set of circumstances and set of infrastructure they're trying to replace and the different operating ways they operate, more lift stations, whatever it is. But just to show for, I don't know, our peace of mind, it helps me for sure in how we compare to other agencies. And so it's really quite reasonable compared to other like districts in rural areas.
Get a copy of that and
An email, sure. And then, so that's kind of the result after that 5-year rate increase went into effect.
You know what is also interesting would be as to how many customers per mile or whatever
Well,
of pipe.
Directoring in, this is, I think, the second time.
Ah,
Had like
aha.
ESP.
Okay.
So this is
see,
something that
Hey, listen.
Tony from our engineering department put together, but he basically calculated out, because one of those things that we actually hear from a customer service side too. Like if somebody's just moved into the area or maybe they have a second home here and they say, why are you so expensive compared to me in San Jose or wherever it is? And so one of the things that we have to explain is, hey, we are a much smaller district, but we may still have the same number of miles of pipeline, but we have less people to share in the cost of that pipeline. And so that is a common explanation that we give because it's true. When you've got more people to share the cost for that same mile of pipeline, you're going to have, your costs are going to be lower. And so Tony actually put this together, comparing how many water connections we have per square mile in our service area versus some other districts. And so you can see that for water, we have about 307 connections per square mile. And then you go to a place like San Jose, I think is that last one, or the second to the last, Sacramento. They have 1,071 connections per square mile. And their cost is $47.32 per month, and ours is $84.69 per month. So you can see that correlation that more people is lower cost. Now, this isn't a perfect science because there's lots of other factors that can contribute to that, but it just gives a basic idea.
Carolyn, I can't read the first two agencies of the 67 to 1.
That's Utica Public Utilities District and Groveland Community Services District.
Yeah, that's good data there because, you know, I know the other directors are probably in the same boat as I am. I get questioned on that all the time. And my standard answer is you ought to come down and take a look at our footprint map because it's ridiculous how large of an area we supply water and how few customers we have sprinkled around through it, other than say the city of Sonora and other population centers. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. So that's a good slide. Thank you very much, Carolyn.
Yeah, well, thank Tony.
I'd like an email of that one too.
Okay. And then likewise, there's one right after that shows the same thing for sewer.
Just on that subject of economy of scale, just the real quick math, if we have like 320 miles of water main and we have 14,000 customers, you just do the division. That's 120 feet of water main per customer. So at a minimum, you got to connect, have enough rate revenue to maintain, say, 120 feet of water main. And if you do the same math on the other ones, it's, you know, a third of that. So it's just reinforces that point.
And then when I was growing up, we were SSGID, and two things are different. It's flat as a pancake down there. And two, all the water we got from down there came from up here. So.
All right. So anyways, that's all I have on the finance side. If anybody had any questions or.
I don't know whether this should go to you or to our operations manager, but something that's been left out so far in our discussions has been our repair shop out there.
Eric's got a section.
Okay, see, that's why I said I didn't know whether this way or that way.
John said there's only, thank you. There's only 2 slides for this. You guys are like, you get to see the operation every month, what happened. Tell you what's going on, what projects we're doing, what leaks are going on out there, what the collections department's doing, all that kind of stuff. So we weren't going to go too in depth with this, but so if you do have questions, shoot.
What's your second slide?
Oh, yeah. Second slides.
Well, hang on though, but before here, so Eric's the operations director. The shop, which Director Ring was just talking about, which houses 2 very talented mechanics, very talented with every certification you could think of. Our rolling stock is what? 100 plus?
100 plus.
Over 100 pieces of rolling stock. Not counting fixed generators, small generators, chainsaws, weed eaters, whackers, and whatever. Or 2. Sorry, Derek,
No, you're fine.
I can go on, but
I
anyway,
know.
you take over now.
But
But back to the shop though, so I can kind of help. A couple of years ago in the ops report, I sensed this I learned a lot when I became an operation manager, what goes in out there. And because now I'm having to answer to Carol, but $95,000 for a truck? What are you, crazy? I can go to Earl Shives and get something for 25 or whatever, So I learned, and I did a special piece in the ops report showing what it takes to order, the lead time, the lag time, all the things that goes into building these trucks. And I think it's time we do the same thing. And maybe we'll actually have a demonstration out here for the board just to kind of see that, because it's quite impressive. Sorry. I'm done with the fleet.
so like I said, that's the operations department there, so. It's construction maintenance, water, treatment and distribution, wastewater collections and treatment, and electrical and communications. So the communications is the SCADA tech, takes care of all that. Electrician that runs around and fixes all of our issues or helps with a lot of new projects. Ron, you have a question on the shop?
Yeah, well.
Can't hear you.
Having owned my own shop, I understand how it works, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for those two guys that are out there and all that they do. But I was just asking for the sake of the board so that, you know, maybe you could elaborate just a little bit as to exactly how much those guys actually do. I mean, from what Don just laid out, that's astronomical that they can keep all of that rolling every day, and it has to roll every day.
It does, and they realize that, and they do a really good job scheduling. Between the two of them, with all the different departments, days off, scheduled work days, what has to be done, or your normal breakdowns that happen. Having a newer fleet like we do hear about, you guys have all new trucks, it helps. You know, a lot of times they're just doing oil changes, and every time they do an oil change, they do, like what you hear, your 50-point check, right? They go through the whole vehicle. Headlights, horn, blinkers, brakes, they check everything. Belts, in and out, you know, probably an hour and a half turnaround time. They're real quick. They take care of all the dump trucks, which besides your oil changes, checking tires, brakes, and adjusting the brakes, they have to do smoke testing on them. It's the CARB compliant thing. That is picking up. Now we're up to, they have to do it twice a year. I think there's 15 rolling stock that they have to do that. So that's got to be scheduled because that takes a little bit more time. There's bit inspections, I think just once a year on those bigger trucks. CHP will show up, go over the truck, go over the records, all that with the mechanic.
What is bid?
It's bit inspections. I don't know so CHP comes and checks. Look, they go over the vehicles, the trucks, like crawl underneath it.
They're roadworthy?
What's that?
A roadworthy check, is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Safety?
Yep. And then they check all the books. So every time a truck leaves the yard, operator has to do, I did a pre-trip over this, they do everything, and it's all written down.
I think too that where I was going with this is just the incredible amount of experience and knowledge that they have to have. Because they're not working on, like if you were at a dealership, you're waking on the same damn thing day in and day. They got something different every hour, and they need to know how to fix it. And it needs to get back out in service right away. So it's just amazing to me that they are able to accomplish that. And then they go from a backhoe to a weed eater. How in the hell do you do that? Where do you find those sort of people?
We're lucky. We're very fortunate. And then two more things. They're never on call. They don't go over overtime. But a few years ago, when we were having those emergency power shutoffs, and then, you know, these generators weren't used to running for as many days on end, they were breaking down right and left. Will was here. He was getting called out in the middle of the night and making a repair, fabricating a part so a starter or something would sit where it's supposed to overnight. You would fabricate a part and get that thing up and running. So their ability to fabricate too. So besides all the mechanical stuff like that, they may be in need to go to the Crystal Falls water treatment and fabricate something out of metal, and they can do that too and do it very well. Yeah, it's startling.
Yeah. Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
Don, you can sure tell you were the operations director at one time. And I appreciate that. Thank you. But, you know, I'm sitting here going over my notes that I've made so far today and, you know, looking at engineering and CIP and administrative and finance. They're all all pieces of this puzzle we call TUD. But my heart is with the operations department because this is truly the nuts and bolts of what we do every day. I mean, we deliver water and we collect wastewater. That's what we do every single day. And not we, that's what TUD does. And so to see, you know, hear these stories about what goes on in the shop, and I know some of the other stories that that go on, just like your electrician having to go from one end of the county to the other to work on pumps or SCADA or whatever, and water treatment operators and wastewater workers and construction and maintenance. I mean, this is a behemoth of an operation to keep it going every single day. And that's a big job. And I'm glad we have Eric in the position that he's in.
Thank you, I appreciate that, but I'm thankful for everybody underneath me that really does all the work to keep
Of
everything
course,
going and flowing.
but you keep them organized and keep them going. So that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I still can't understand how you do all this with 84 people. I don't. When I was a kid coming up on, ready to get my license, Dad said, you can have a car, one of the newest cars out on the farm. Says, but you keep all the rolling stock. And I had 5 pieces of rolling stock to keep going. Couldn't hardly do it. You got 100 for 2 guys. I don't know how you do it.
Will and I were talking about this 2 weeks ago, I think, what we had rolling stock, and neither he couldn't, I couldn't really, it's a lot. It's quite a bit over 100, you know, so. And we're growing generators every year, anywhere from 3 to 6 generators a year that are in place. They have to drive out and change the oil, work on them.
And what is the purpose of the generators that are out remotely? No power. Right?
Running hydropneumatic stations, sewer lift stations,
Water treatment
plants.
Anything that needs power, the power goes.
So how many generators are out there about?
Oh, great.
Oh, gotcha. Finally got you with one.
It's this is a whole story onto its own, but it's 30, 40, 50
I'm gonna say 50 to 60.
Yeah.
No, I got the number here a while back. I don't have that one in my head yet because it's growing so rapidly.
And
Yeah.
because they're infrequently used, you have to go out and fire them up and check them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, all generators are on routine monthly, if not bi-weekly checks.
And Eric, would you say, would I be correct in assuming that these, talking about generators, this really got hit with steroids with the PSPSs from PG&E, correct?
Correct. It really started there. And now that we've moved to the EPSS, which now you just don't get a warning, the power gets shut off.
Yeah.
So that's what we keep bolstering, especially with the little hydro-pneumatic stations where we're supposed to keep, you know, a minimum of 5 PSI in the water system. So we're really trying to get those up to speed so we're not having to do extra water testing those places.
What's a hydro-pneumatic station?
It's a pump station. So it's the pump above a tank. The houses are above what are normal.
Non-gravity feed. I can't hear whoever's talking.
Sorry, I was talking about Hilltop Homes.
Oh, okay.
Eric's really humble, but there is one other thing worth mentioning because electrical and communications, that red box there, man. So I'll get to it real quick, but years ago I went to Brazil large city, they had like 20, 30 tanks serving them. Went to the water department. There was a guy sitting with a pen and a cell phone. And he'd send all of his workers out in the morning on like mopeds or motorcycles, and they would call back what the tank levels were. Well, we have, I don't know how many tanks now.
Around 60.
You can imagine just the labor requirements to keep eyes on 60 tanks, of which you don't want any of them to fall down below a certain level. And so we maintain how many sites? Telemetry, SCADA sites, 120?
Yep.
100? So 134 sites where each one has, you know, basically a station that includes either an antenna for radio communications or it's connected in through broadband. But it's a tremendous effort just to keep all of those stations functioning so that the alarms come back when a generator fails or when a pump fails or when a tank goes on low or an instrument at the treatment plant. So I'm just trying to, I think it's understated how important, and that's accomplished with 2 people as well.
Mhm.
So it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Big job.
It is, I can remember when I watched the tank up there in Twain Hart being replaced, the one that got hit by the tree. And then they replaced it. I watched that thing go from being torn down to being built back up. But where I'm going with this is that in order to have that the radio read from up there, it runs off of a, I don't know who in engineering came up with this, but it has a generator that is connected to the inflow pipe to the tank that produces electricity. It runs the SCADA system.
It's a water powered.
Yeah, a little micro turbine. It was somebody, I think Joe Whitmer. Yeah, so years ago, but just appropriate technology because a PG&E service costs about, it was,
That was 100, new, what was 100,000?
yeah, so we just have a very small energy draw and a little micro turbine. Works really well.
You're cheating.
Can't hear you, Eric.
Oh, next slide's just the ops report, that you guys get presented with every month to see what's going on around TUD.
Couple questions about, as far as emergency communication, if the cell towers go down, how do we manage that situation?
We have, I don't want to call them two-way radios, but we have radios that are either truck to truck, but we can cover our whole service area with those. Every truck has them.
Right.
They're in the office.
We own the license to many radio frequencies. So that was our primary source of communication before cell phones became such a thing.
Then the other thing we hear about from time to time, and that's converting to all electric. What's the status of that mess?
All electric.
All electric vehicles, yeah.
Where are we at? We're still studying it. We're watching, seeing what's going on out there. We're pretty sure that the system we have here can't handle what we would need to charge everything what we have. Most of the vehicles that we need that we're supposed to buy, they're not even manufactured yet. They're not made. So Will and I follow it closely. We're on multiple email chains with different things and in different working groups and learning all this stuff. So
The deadline got pushed back
That
too.
was my next question.
Okay, good.
yeah,
Yes.
Been paused for a while until things get sorted out. One of the things I learned from Eric here not too long ago is it I say this only, I don't mean the word only, but it really only applies to a certain size of the vehicle we have. But they're our most critical vehicles too, so, and those aren't exact. Briefly, what is it, what does it apply to? 8,500?
8,500 GRV and up. So your 550 size trucks up to the 10-wheelers.
Clean fleets, right?
The
Right,
electric-
so your half-ton pickups, your three-quarter-ton pickups, your cars does not apply to TUD.
No.
Today. That's what was being,
Nobody
That's-
makes that.
nobody makes it, and, you know, we go on and on and on, but, you know, the LA fires, was an example where people finally woke up and said, oh, we wouldn't have done so well. They didn't do well as it was, but they couldn't have done anything with those size vehicles that had been electric.
They had a lot of problems down there because they have a lot of electric fleets down there. So, yeah. I will say, Louis just cornered me this morning before we came in here and he said, hey, we have projects coming up. He said, hey, Kat's gonna let us use this, loader for free for a while. I'm like, well, what's the catch? He says, it's electric. I went, oh. He said, so it comes with the loader and it comes with a generator to charge the battery. So we said,
The diesel
hey,
generator?
it's a diesel generator to charge the electric batteries for the
Let's
load.
talk before we do. I'm not doing that in the public's eye.
Okay, but I just, hey, I heard free. You know, it's gonna save us some rental. So,
And when you hear something's free, is it really free?
nothing's ever free.
Nothing's. Well, this has been great. I took a lot of notes. I wondered how this would go. It went really, really well. There's a tremendous amount of support staff that goes into everything we do. Yeah, very appreciative of from top to bottom. I mean, I appreciate you five for the faith you put in us and the authority that you give us and the trust that we will make that mission come true. So. And we're an open book, right? Just come. If you go home in a couple days, you know, I never asked this question, or now that I'm thinking about it, I have a question, just call. Just call us. We love telling our stories. So.
Well, I just have to say that I am honored and privileged and thrilled to be part of such an amazing team. Thank you for each one of you for everything.
Before today, I had a pretty good idea what you do, but after today, I have a better idea how you do it. Thank you.
So, other than those couple of comments, Director Reel, do you have anything that you, I guess what I want to ask is, how does the board feel about, well, we started out this year by saying that we're going to work as a team. So I really pushed for this today so that we'd all be on the same page. We all know what's what and what everybody's doing. Do any of you have any suggestions or things that you have an issue with or something like that as far as relating with staff? Do you know the proper method in order to address staff? And if you have ideas or concerns, I'd like to hear back from you, and I'm sure that staff would like to know. Because in order to be a team, we got to be able to communicate and so on. So just leaving it open to you if you folks have anything to say. That includes you, cowboy.
I just want to thank everybody, all the staff there. It's tagging onto what Jeff Hollis just said. I mean, I've been hanging around TUD 6 years now, and every time we have a meeting like this, every time we have something where staff is allowed. That's the wrong term. But whenever staff goes into the depths of what TUD does, it is just so interesting, and I learned so much from these, and I really do appreciate it. and I appreciate all you guys and what you do. So thank you very much.
Guess I need to say something.
You really need to say something, Carol.
You know, since I've started here, I've had such a great response from all of the staff. They have been helping me, and if I don't know anything, I text Melissa. And she tells me everything I need to know.
It's the smartest thing you'll ever do.
All right, well, I don't know. Nothing more? Everybody's said their piece? You sure? We're adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
See you, Jeff.
See ya.